This is the third part of, as I will continue to discuss, my meeting with ANDREJ Stefanić and his colleague who came from Ljubljana, TOMAZ NAPEČNIK. MOJCA Gosenica Kreus was a writer that day. Therefore, 3 police officers inside with me, engaging in what they insisted through Ministry of Interior is just a mediation procedure. Therefore, an MK Ultra complaint, which I attempted to submit on June 21st, 2024, je izgubila svojo namembnost in Slovenian language. I have a little problem because I explained this in different language myself, and it lost its purpose, as always, as was the case when I reported a theft of the money through purchase in Germany of the car parts. They also, after assuring me that everything will be okay, investigation is being done, they are right after perpetrator, cooperating with the German authorities and everything. Nobody would call me home, nobody would even talk to me, till more and more time passed by, till I filed the complaint against the police station. So this is basically identical stuff. Identical crime going on. That took place in 2006. In between, there were other similar crimes, always the same thing. They always use the police officers to change the case. From the purpose of why I come to the police station, they always change the case into altercation with police. And they follow up. Even after losing the case against me in 2008, police sent social workers, psychiatrists at home, started to torture me during MK Ultra with a instigation on psychiatric hospitalization. That took place in 2007, and it's how many years? 17, 18 years later, still the same shit from the same police, the same stuff going on, using the same tactics, exactly identical stuff, the same shit goes on. In fact, it's time for me to explain to you actually what is going on. Clearly, you were able to witness in previous parts, clearly, my answering already lies of SONJA BREZNIK, Novo Mesto District Attorney, addressing her lies as far as my agreeing myself with the so-called reconciliation mediation procedure, which I was very clear about at the beginning of the meeting with the 2 police officers. This is not about mediation. This is not about reconciliation. I am here due to MK Ultra procedure. And this was the purpose of my visiting police station on June the 21st, 2024. That's the number one thing. The second thing is, on several occasions, including after 20 minutes of when I was not allowed to even open my mouth, and Stefanić demanded from me to sign paperwork based on what he referred to as his lies, as a findings investigation, during which he did not even demonstrate me a videotape of the main entrance lobby area where incident took place on June the 21st, 2024. He simply engaged in imitation of the schizophrenia which police enforced against me at this Novo Mesto police station, also at times with Tomaž NAPEČNIK, who was present, who came from Ljubljana, to doubt me. He visibly harassed with NAPEČNIK. He was poking fun in my face. He doubted my statements clearly. If he wouldn't have done that, I would not read, as is written on the report of Sonja BREZNIK, that I was telepathically directed. I am certain she got this one here from Stefanić, who suggested with NAPEČNIK, directed in me his concern when I mentioned one about the procedure, MK Ultra procedure that took place that day, involving also other police officers based on MK Ultra scenario, of which one was a blonde girl police officer, started to play idiot in my face about if asking me if there was any physical touch between me and her. That there was no, basically, he didn't say this, but he ridiculed in that sense. Asking me like, I mean, he went through the CCTV tape. Do you understand? The main reason my visit in police station was to get the tape, which he did not presented me. He was the one who went over and reviewed the tape. Yeah, watching the tape, he was asking me, actually doubting me about a blonde girl police officer in a funny way, you know, funny, a really funny Stefanić way, whether that was actually a contact between me. Said no, but there was no contact between you and her, and so on, and co-workers and so on. He ridiculed me together with NAPEČNIK that day, all the way from beginning to the end. He was expressing doubts, equaled my statements pertaining to MK Ultra when I was using to point out the MK Ultra scenarios with what Sonja BREZNIK and prior to her MILAN SODIN have used to reply me with, as is written right there in front of you, telepathically usmerili, directed telepathically. Now, Stefanić directly bullied, harassed that day, laughed in my face with NAPEČNIK with that issue. NAPEČNIK made a sound when Stefanić warned me about a possibility about the law pertaining also the false statements pertaining to me, that I could also get investigated as a party, as a complaint party. The two could also complain against me, etc., etc. A reminder that psychiatry and so on moved the chair. And there were other instances when they were ridiculing me, making fun of me, basically laughing in my face, doubting my statements, equal them with rather a fantasy than a real report, MK Ultra report. Absolutely no doubt, on several occasions I explained, contrary to the statements, claims of Sonja BREZNIK, District Attorney Sonja BREZNIK, and a police investigator, special prosecutor's investigator, MILAN SODIN. Clearly, I explained on that day, on several, using even different examples to explain on what MK Ultra procedure is, in addition to my meeting during which I spent good deal of time explaining to Stefanić on July 19, 2024 about what MK Ultra is. So absolutely has nothing to do, when it comes to reality, the letter of Sonja BREZNIK. It's got nothing to do with the reality. The letter of Sonja BREZNIK, a misbehavior, abuse of ANDREJ Stefanić and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK against me on November the 25th, 2024, simply was based on, as I explained in a previous video, issue of TANJA FAJON, this one right here, who negotiated this crime together on behalf of British royals, together with American diplomats, Strasbourg, Brussels people, European Union politicians that would deliver here investigators. Antonio Guterres often would come to this house. He had his own investigators involved in this. We're not talking about what exactly in this video. We're not talking about whether I did my job on October the 25th, 2024. This is not about whether I ever stated that I communicate with somebody telepathically, which I never did in my lifetime. This is not about whether I did explain or not about what MK Ultra is, as Miran SODIN and Sonja BREZNIK claim. This is not about she claimed this on a multiple occasion, that I also signed, agreed to stop the mediation procedure, that I agreed to the outcome. It became evident in a minute 20. I completely rejected, acknowledged in his face, practically acknowledged in his face, Andrej Stefanić as a complete liar, with his findings to have absolutely nothing to do with reality. Yes? This is what you were able to witness on previous tape. And again, repeated at minute 102, something like that, that I will in fact proceed with procedure, criminal procedure, complaint procedure against the two police officers, citing them also that there was no need, in fact, to go inside and bring, due to my respectful behavior toward Rok Rezel that day, investigator. His size was bigger than myself, stronger than myself, to bring out even taller police officer, bigger than myself, on a stare-down MMA-like mission, basically bullying harassment. I don't understand, other than what I explained, and we'll also add to this few other facts about Andrej Stefanić. Andrej Stefanić admitted that he is a criminal. During MK Ultra procedure, Andrej Stefanić recognized that he is a scum, a lowlife in my face. He admitted that the letter, for which I stated was already written, and in the future will become a main, possibly, however, a main subject of investigation by the police. He admitted me this during MK Ultra. Andrej Stefanić admitted what I stated. He admitted without doubt. That is if, however, the investigation would take place. And Slovenian state, together with the British royals, with the Ursula von der Leyen, with the US Justice Department of State, FBI, Central Intelligence Agency, Civil Rights Department, and US Justice Department of State, continue to treat me as a mentally ill individual. This is what this is. This is what this is. This recording, interpretation of this recording should have taken place already earlier. But my meeting, my interaction with ANDREJ Stefanić, TOMAZ NAPEČNIK on October the 25th, 2024 was so clear, so diplomatic. I repeatedly avoided harassment, bullying, challenging to steer the purpose to police station back on the track and stick without the lines, that I really needed a special push to complete the whole thing in respect to this recording. And that's basically a deadline. I have to submit this by Friday to the court. Not this, but create a special letter separate to this. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because letter from SONJA BREZNIK, Miran SODIN, is identical to the letters which psychiatrists were writing me at General Hospital Novo Mesto and Psychiatric Hospital Ljubljana Polje. But there was no point in arguing with absolutely anything, as the only thing I would sit, they would be writing about me whatever the fuck they wanted, and it was not a subject to discussion. Meaning that British royals, your King Charles, enforced this extermination procedure through the Slovenian state all the way up to now. If he would not be doing this stuff, I would not be talking to you. Therefore, I am sitting on my own grave today, right now, to continue with the work that should never ever take even place. Because your fucking king over there in Britain, because of you motherfucker Americans, that you did this stuff to me by, I'm not going to say electing Donald Trump, but bringing the issue of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris before resolving my case. You did this deliberately. You voted it, just like you voted for Biden and just like you voted for other presidents prior to it. Knowing that you are completely liable for this extermination procedure, this genocide, which started to take place in 1972. This isn't about what I stated at the police station, or I did not state it at the police station. This is about me being completely wrong, always wrong, based on agreements you have made with Slovenian side. Because it's more convenient extermination, genocide for you than truth and justice. This is what Stefanić have bet on when it comes to equaling MK Ultra procedure with telepathically. You're the one who created it telepathically. You're the one that telepaths who made it that telepath is now equal to the MK Ultra. That's your Bill Clinton, your George Bush who have done this. You did to me this. Look what time it is here. See it? 2:30 in the morning, I will continue to do the work that never should got here, never should have been done, any of it, and continue to struggle to do this stuff. I guess still I'm gonna fall dead or something like this, because this is what this is all about. First, understanding why Ursula von der Leyen, Barroso, and others who were here supplying MILAN KUČAN, BORUT PAHOR, Danilo Turk, Robert Golob, TANJA, FAJON, all this, their investigators together with Antonio Guterres, what the purpose is of what the purpose was of what is now King Charles referred to Andrej Stefanić, his private ace, Andrej Stefanić. The guy the magician, Zajšek, Božičnik, loved the word magician. They didn't want to see maniacs, psychopaths, killers who murdered about 110,000 people in Slovenia after the Second World War. They didn't want to see as a butchers. This is what took place in this little country. They didn't want to be seen like this. They want to be seen simply as a magicians. And in their eyes, a magician is basically duping somebody whom you completely deny the right for work, so any kind of social assistance, the right to visit a physician, and then you can drug him up, beat him up, terrorize him, and it doesn't matter if it takes 53 years to portray him as mentally ill person. This is what we are doing here. And like I said, we wouldn't be doing this kind of stuff if it wasn't for your King Charles, if it wasn't for your British royals. For what I'm doing right now is to thank the British royals for. King Charles especially was excited about my statement. There was a letter that existed that everybody had before, that everybody got a hold of, based on which this complaint will be assembled. Yes, indeed it was. Yes, indeed it was. And there is also such thing like a Bluetooth people are using. And yeah, I wasn't the one who was typing the report. This is the kind of stuff we are talking about. I did explain to you the issue about there was a sound Americans investigated that you will hear if you go over the recording, and it has like a something like on a computer. It just does a sound. And American investigators who are here, they demanded from me to pay the portion of the schizophrenia to the sound that it make. They were all excited about the letter. It's going to be already written, and it's just going to be certain modifications that are going to be done to the letter. This is not what this is, because it's impossible that you could possibly create a letter like this, but with a good knowledge, with a good practicing of the letter that you have written 20 years ago, and you rehearse that letter over and over and over and over again to become completely familiarized with, something like you see right there easily can be completed. The Bluetooth also exists. If it wasn't for the Bluetooth, MOJCA, GOSENICA, the girl who was writing this stuff was involved in this case since she was a young girl, just like Božičnik. The same thing, identical to Božičnik. Since she was a young girl, was involved in this case. Next to her was Stefanić, who was involved in this since from forever. A maestro, schizophrenic imitator Stefanić, on whom Prince Charles, now King Charles, counted, will be capable to bring the issue of the letter, through which Stefanić even contemplated proof that it is impossible. So, to do so, the letter I got based on the letter they previously have used to train on through other police officers they evaluated. Most likely this is somewhat resembling, mainly is resembling through their input, through the similarity of the incident, and through the language which Stefanić used during MK Ultra to brainwash me by repeating me things in his own way, make me feel funny about it, phony about it, and was injecting them in my language during the report as the things went on. When I was asking him for assistance, instead he would be using like a separate little MK Ultra designed expressions that he would use and would throw them into this type of letter to properly express myself, so that they could put the schizophrenia, the typing that you have heard on the computer that was done inside is what caught a special attention of the Americans who were here, and they heard about this sound. J.D. Vance participated in this, and they were looking for the proofs on how they would prove about the letter that was already written before. No how, I'm no schizophrenic. No how, that's how I say to you, no how. However, the letter existed. The letter existed. The sound that was done based on MK Ultra brainwash, so that I would say that letter already was written. Letter was written, not exactly like this, but similar to this one. Yes, it was. So this is a very, very important stuff for me to clarify. Stefanić alone stated that he's a low-life criminal, that if investigation is going to happen, he's not going to see a daylight out of the jail in his lifetime, and likewise will be with other police officers. And therefore, when you read the report of SONJA BREZNIK, it is not difficult to come to conclusion that her statements deliberately don't have anything to do with the reality. These statements don't have anything with reality. This is all based on British extermination procedure. This is the way they murder people. This is the first page, where she also states that the two police officers that I stated, that the two police officers terrorized me, physically tried to confront me, and due to fear made the reading of the report the thing impossible. That's crazy. I was pressured on timing all along. This can be clearly acknowledged by the two would not even allow me to explain what MK Ultra is, because we had to move on according to TOMAZ, NAPEČNIK, and so on. Physically, that they were trying to confront me, that the two were involved in MK Ultra, and were physically trying to confront me, it does not even make for me to make sense to say anything like this, because the MK Ultra, as you see on the other page, is equal with the telepathy. So if the MK Ultra is equal to the telepathy, what the fuck does it make sense for me to even do this job? Similarly, did Novo Mesto police station investigators claimed me that the only thing that will be left out of me when it comes to my case, so it's important that you understand what's going on here. It doesn't make sense for me to continue with this. Will be what you see here, a little leaflet, will be stated on the leaflet like a little resume, which countries, where I spent time, and so on and so forth, and nothing else. They claim me all along MK Ultra will be known about me, meaning all the video, audio, blog, everything will be deleted off the internet. So in accordance with complete extermination procedure, deletion of one is the letter which was sent to me by a local district attorney through Office of Special Prosecutor in Ljubljana for the prosecution investigation of officials with special authorizations, where she brazenly states a complete bullshit, equally in MK Ultra with the telepathy that I eventually even agreed to close the case, signed the case voluntarily, and so on and so forth, that nobody terrorized me, there was no such thing, and so on. From the audio recording, it's evident that the two police officers were making all the time ridiculing me, basically, doubting me, despite, and not doubting me, because when the two seated in front of me, there was no way they possibly could doubt me. The two knew what I was talking about, it's impossible to refute. But they did their work just like it was done with the letter, just as it was done by the letter of Napecnik and Stefanić. The two did their work, language work, talk, blah, 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 and brought forward certain issues which make one clearly, think twice, because these are the things that police keeps. They keep this, let's say, audio recordings are prohibited, but if anybody would go to the police station, he would find this. The same shit like with the psychiatric reports. Psychiatric reports is the only stuff that stays on. It's like Miran SODIN was laughing in my face. Miran SODIN was laughing in my face also on at later stage on October the 30th of 2024. Miran SODIN was laughing in my face. He said, just keep writing, just keep writing, just keep writing. It was all based on MK Ultra. What can you do to us? You can do nothing to us. So what you are watching basically now is work of TANJA FAJON. And my meeting at Novo Mesto police station was a meeting with a psychiatrist. TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, ANDREJ Stefanić, all the police officers that met me at the police stations acted in form of psychiatrists, continue exactly the stuff where psychiatrists stopped at Psychiatric Hospital Ljubljana Polje. They will continue to do exactly identical stuff as psychiatrists are doing. Writing the stuff, doing the stuff that have absolutely nothing to do with reality, while doing their best so that could be a possibility of the physical confrontation. There will be some kind of confrontations, any kind of confrontation, so that really, just as it happened, finally on October the 30th, a medical team would be called at Novo Mesto police station. The most diplomatic ever that I heard for interaction between somebody with the police from my end, from my point of view, when I even depicted myself as somebody who is there and is doing its best to find some way, somehow, despite completely oblivious, evident criminal acts against me, away with a Novo Mesto police. Asking them, basically, continue to ask them for assistance, a form of assistance, while explaining them further about the MK Ultra procedure itself and about the MK Ultra procedure that took place against me. Actually, the incident that took place on June the 21st, 2024, based on MK Ultra. So, very, very important to acknowledge what we have seen so far before we move forward. So now let's continue to move forward. I'm going to be talking about something that I did not even explain so far, what this stuff is all about. I'm doing this stuff simply because your assistance of your politicians, of your investigators, of your human rights commissioners, human rights ombudsmen, European Union commissioners, European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg, your Brussels Parliament, involvement of your Brussels Parliament in it, United Nations, your U.S. Justice Department of State, support for extermination procedure genocide to TANJA FAJON, through TANJA FAJON to Milan KUČAN. TANJA FAJON was the one who negotiated all this stuff. And she got the green light for absolutely everything. Through J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, I don't have to talk about the snakes. I have to talk about shit. I'm not here to talk about the garbage. On multiple occasions, therefore, I explained what MKUltra is, using examples, explaining all about MKUltra, that it's like going against the wind, basically. Let's continue with this stuff.
Je bilo zelo veliko interakcij in tudi z mano nadaljavo, kot ste rekli, ne? Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka. Kako vi ste z mano nadaljavo? Sami, ne? Ko ste mi rekli. Ja, kako?
I have to increase the volume here and might have to change the headphones. I mean, this is about, again, ridiculing me, just as I stated earlier. Let me repeat this stuff and translate for you completely.
Ja, prosim. Ali res svoj napevcev. A ste napisali to stvar noče? Ja. To je zelo pomembna stvar. Tukaj sem zdaj lepo. Predhodno sem že omenil, da je celotna zadeva v scenariju MKUčan do komunikacije med policistom in policistom do komunikacije. Do komunikacije med policistom in policistom bi prišlo. Med policistom in policistom, ki sta zapustila avto in šla ven iz policijske postaje, je bilo zelo veliko interakcij in tudi z mano nadaljavo, kot ste rekli, ne?
He stated that between me and between the two police officers, Blondie, who went in and out of the police station, was enormously a lot of interaction. There was enormously a lot of interaction on a distance. That's what Stefanić reads, that I stated, that there was enormously a lot of interaction between me, between the Blondie, between the two police officers. That was enormously a lot of interaction on the distance. If I go to the letter of this Sonja BREZNIK, her name is Sonja BREZNIK, right there, did you see it? She claims the existence of telepathy, which I never mentioned anywhere, and of course I never stated anybody. There was enormously a lot of interaction between me and the police officers on the distance. Listen to me. I never ever stated to Stefanić or anybody else for that matter, there was enormously a lot of interaction between me and police officers on the distance. That is fucking insane. How the fuck is there gonna be interaction between me and police officers on the distance when I complained about being mistreated based on incident which Stojan Pevec created at Novo Mesto police station by approaching me and engaging in a stare down, basically like this, just as I would be next to you, looking down to you, come to you, based on MKUltra scenario. We're talking about the police officer that went past me a few meters away from me. What the fuck, I mean, 4 meters maybe away from me, they were passing in and out through the hallway. And to him, to the Stefanić, it grew in the head that there was enormously a lot of interaction between us, really. And I stated this, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. There was a lot of interaction between us during MK Ultra. But MK Ultra also is a telepathy, right? According to the logic of Sonja BREZNIK and Miran SODIN and Milan KUČAN and your King Charles and your American apparatus that you enforce against me together with European Union. That's a telepathy. MK Ultra is a telepathy, and on a distance, I don't even know how I would, because I don't have a time for this bullshit. It's a crap. The whole thing is a crap. Lie. Everything is a lie. It's got nothing to do with the reality, which he wanted me to sign for. After already at the beginning, he wanted me to sign the paperwork. Yeah. This doesn't happen like this. So I asked him, what do you precisely mean there was a lot of interaction between me and them on a distance? He says, on a distance. I said, yeah, explain to me, what exactly do you mean by this? There was a lot of interaction between me and them on a distance. I'm asking him. I'm asking Stefanić, explain to me, what exactly do you mean by this? So this guy is clearly, this fucking guy is bullying, he's harassing, he's laughing in my face, being one of the key people, one of the key criminals from the Novo Mesto police station, me exercising politeness, being nice about it, being diplomatic about it, calming the situation. The two police officers, Napečnik and Stefanić, are abusing this to create the incident. Exactly, identically almost to what Miran SODIN tried on October the 30, 2024, just 5 days later. He said, I don't understand what the fuck he said. Communicating inside of the main entrance lobby, area lobby, and or outside, this your communication. I explained to the Stefanić, and he explained to me like this, well, how? Communication between you inside of the main entrance lobby area or outside is how. And I say, no. I repeat to him again. I say, no. There was no communication between us on a distance. There was no communication between us on a distance. I explain, I say, but just as Stefanić stated, just as police officer stated, all this stuff that you do is going to go off the internet. The only thing is going to stay is going to be a little card about you. That's what they play. They play TANJA FAJON is what they play.
Interakcije, okay. Je bil za veliko interakcije z vami, to ste mi rekel prele. Ne razumem, kaj mislite s tem.
I acknowledge him as mentally ill. He says that I stated interaction, and I said to him, I don't understand what you mean by this interaction. I express again doubt. He tried to reassert that, and I express him again doubt, stating him I don't understand what he mean by interaction. Yeah, he just go and he does basically like I stated for the psychiatrists. Milan KUČAN, Janez Janša, Dmitry Rupel, Kacin, Jelko Kacin, all this, Lojze Peterle, this big Slovenian pro-independence people have had at least 100 attorney letters sent to me when I was thrown into the psychiatric hospital, upgrading the charges of the state prosecutor against me to simply emotionally, mentally based on MK Ultra, because they have involved at least 100 attorneys in Slovenia. They involved at least 100 attorneys in Slovenia in a torture procedure, will load me, sip me, unload, I don't even know how you would say, just letters on a daily basis from the mail guy, delivering me all kinds of letters from the psychiatrist, psychiatric hospital Ljubljana Polje, and the psychiatrists whom they have used, etc., etc., their opinions about this, invitation to courts and so on. Something that was actually designed to brain kill you through the stress, to the ongoing stress. Especially, I watched today Andrew Tate program, and he cried about being inside of the prison for 3 months. Boy, if I fucking throw you on a psychiatric pills and lock you in a closed department for 10 months, and then you fucking see what the fuck this is, and I subject you to the beating, to the torture through MK Ultra procedure, and then you explain to me about mental health issues. He talked about something that there are people out there that go to the... He is a parasite, excuse me. This is a low life when it comes to ANDREJ. I don't give a three fuck about his sweet talk. He used to go and collect food from the trash bins, KFC, whatever, and completely without any need to do so, because he had money. They took care. Him, his brother, they found Tristan job as a IT computer stuff that he was making $100,000+ a year, whatever. Enormous money. More than that, and before that, supposedly this was the case. It never was the case. These people always had money. They were doing the stuff like this because they were mentally ill to begin with. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're on the internet and you preach to the people, and you explain yourself and you example yourself, and you actually dare to even give advice to somebody like myself, based on what I have even gone through and so on, and back and forth, and based on your involvement in personal involvement in torture. You just need to shut up, man. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You are a fucking nuisance and a crap. Everything that is wrong with this world is you. That's why this case exists. This case exists because of the scum like yourself. Because of crime, because of organized crime, corruption, criminality, and so on. And that's you. Letters, so many that I could not count how many letters I got, during which I was all the time death threatened, not to mention about what went on during MK Ultra. In respect to real hospitalization, in respect to another hospitalization that would take, and before hospitalization would take place. My life was actually nothing other than torture. That's all there was. The most brutal criminal issue that ever existed, the most obnoxious, disgusting issue that ever existed in the history of the world. And yeah, the chances that Štefanić's writing, psychiatric writing of MILAN, SODIN, SONJA, BREZNIK, court, Novo Mesto court, which entire court was involved in this, with Supreme Court in Ljubljana, entire Slovenian judiciary system, and I deliberately mentioned Baučar, Janša, Peterle, cutscene and so on, because there must have been a fucking lawyer that would also side against KUČAN, or no? I mean, do you understand? This is bullshit. This is called Slovenia. That's what this is. And I don't think you would even witness this stuff if this was not Slovenia, because British royals and American diplomacy, they bet everything on in the hands of Slovenia. You wouldn't be watching this program if it wasn't for Slovenia. It's like a guy would come from the North Korea or someplace and he would be doing like the stuff the fuck I do. So, etc., etc. It doesn't make sense, right, to continue to talk about this. Let's listen this stuff again, because this is so sick. So sick. I mean, so sick.
Med policijskim in policistom, ki sta zapustila avto in šla ven iz policijske postaje, je bilo zelo veliko interakcij in tudi z mano nadaljavo. To ste rekel, ne? Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka...
Kako mislite z mano nadaljavo?
Z vami, ne? To ste mi rekel.
Ja, kako mislite to nadaljavo?
Ne vem, kako ste vi komunicirali, vi ste bil avljeno, da ste pa zunaj. Kako jaz to predelim, to vašo komunikacijo?
Ne, nobenih komunikacij nadaljavo.
Interakcije, okej. Je bil za veliko interakcije z vami, to ste mi rekel, plele.
Ne razumem, kaj mislite.
I think he also stated communication, komunikacija, interakcija. Communication and interaction. There was no communication, there was no interaction. No communication, no interaction. And I say, I don't know what you're talking about, what you think.
Tako ste rekel, Boštjan. To je ona napisala.
Tako, recimo.
Med policistko in policistoma, ki sta zapustila avto in šla ven iz policijske postaje, je bilo zelo veliko interakcije in tudi z mano.
Preko postopka MK Ultra.
Preko ste rekel,
postopka MK Ultra. Ona je bila takrat, ona je vstopila v policijsko postajo. Ona je vstopila v policijsko postajo po scenariju MK Ultra.
Najpomembnejša stvar.
I correct him. I say, yes, there was a lot of communication, interaction between, but only during MK Ultra procedure. Not back then, but only during MK Ultra procedure. It appears that he did not, that's what he is pretending, wrote down properly.
Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar popolnoma drugače, če se to izvaja na tabo podzavestno dalj časa.
Ne dalj časa, ampak ponovinstveno, ponavljajoče se.
Podzavestno in ponavljajoče.
Kar je tudi pranje možganov, temeljina, postopka je temeljina.
I am going to use this opportunity to record another explanation for MK Ultra, which I did to the Stefanić during my visit meeting with him on July the 19th, 2025. So I don't know how many explanations of MK Ultra I did, but he is talking exactly what the two of us talk with one another, and I did explain him what MK Ultra is.
Ona je vstopila v policijsko postajo po scenariju MK Ultra.
Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar popolnoma drugače, če se to izvaja na tabo podzavestno dalj časa.
Ne dalj časa, ampak ponovinstveno, ponavljajoče se.
Podzavestno in ponavljajoče.
Kar je tudi pranje možganov, temeljina, postopka je temeljina.
Kar je tudi pranje možganov.
So it's written here that one thing is what you see in real life, and another one is if you're subjected to procedure during which subconsciously you are interacting. Let me do this stuff again. what MK Ultra is. Repeated brainwash. Subconscious, like this. It's also what I failed to tell you, what Stefanić had told me with others will state. I made a little mistake when I started this video recording without even finding something. Recently there was a news in the Yahoo which was released, and it was released as a headline, as a front line on a Yahoo page. Fentanyl. Hold on a moment. Fentanyl. It was about the fentanyl, synthetic opioid drug. Let's go here. We're gonna go Yahoo. We're gonna do Yahoo. This was like a front news. This stuff here. No. Many days ago it was. It was Yahoo. Front page. I don't know if they're gonna front page. Yeah, this was the news. The largest 8 days ago, whatever, fentanyl stuff, seizure, U.S. history, and so on, all based on MK Ultra scenario. Americans demanded from me to state to you people that what was used on me was a fentanyl. No, never ever fentanyl was used on me. This is a mental illness of Stefanić, SODIN, KUČAN, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, a perversion that was born in the head of Ursula von der Leyen and other European Union commissioners, human rights ombudsman, Brussels, Strasbourg, Antonio Guterres at the United Nations. No. Not that I would recall, no, that fentanyl was used. But the reason I discuss this stuff is because Stefanić even stated me, we will say that because you will not explain us during MK about definition of MK Ultra, how, as far as the drugs, MK Ultra was used on you. So the news that you see right there about the fentanyl was involved in it, with a Bundy, with all these people. I already explained the issue. Hotels, neighbors, one by one, not one by one, but come in the back of the neighborhood, behind our house, based on appointments, delivered by the local people. You would not even know these people were here, using the state cars, not. But private cars from the people from the area, so completely undercover, entering inside, meeting with one another, doing their Illuminati stuff, and in between also brainwashing me in respect to certain issues. It's how it's always done. And the secondary identical applies to the torture procedure. It's a torture house location, whatever, through which people intersect and probed. If trusted enough, the torture also then take in a similar fashion on other locations. This is how these criminal rings are created. No, I have to so fucking disappoint you. That was the news based on imitation of the schizophrenia that demanded from me to tell. Stefanić was the one who demanded from me, with Miran Sudin, with SONJA BREZNIK, with Special Office of Special Prosecutor in Ljubljana, investigation, prosecution of officials with special authorizations, whatever, for me to state that fentanyl was also used as one of the drugs. No, because fentanyl is something completely different. What was police using on me exactly? Police was using two things on me. Drugs, pills that you put inside of the food. That's one thing that put you sleep. And the secondary, sometimes if I would not consume those pills and would be tired and I would fall asleep, I know it also happened. They were using a gaze, like a big gaze with whatever they soaked the drug, and slowly put that for me to inhale, and you get completely dazed up and you disappear from your place. Okay? So, not fentanyl. The news came at the right time. Yes, your politicians, your human rights commissioners, yes, your human rights organizations coordinated this with the Slovenian police very well. But it was not fentanyl. Sorry. Yeah, this is what he stated is going to be, as stated to me, is the main reason that I did not know how to explain what MK Ultra is. Good luck with it. Let's continue with this recording. Cretins, not cretins, but animals, you know, classic killers, classic animals, assassins, maniacs, psychopaths, shit, dunk, criminal, like, here's the 100 euros. Can you go kill that guy? Yeah, sure. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, grazie. Fucking scum in police uniforms in the White House. European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, Antonio Guterres at United Nations. Let's continue. You're gonna fucking talk to somebody about the human rights and so on. Here you screw it up good in this case. Buckingham Palace. In this case, you are never gonna get right. And in this case, you're not gonna get right nothing, because I'm the one who is more than willing to burn. You're never gonna get right this case. This isn't about money anymore. It's about other issues.
Ja, najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar popolnoma drugače, če se to izvaja na tabo podzavestno dalj časa.
Ne dalj časa, ampak...
In respect to MK Ultra...
Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar... Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je... Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar popolnoma drugače, če se to izvaja na tabo podzavestno dalj časa.
MK Ultra is, the most important thing about MK Ultra is that you, when subjected to MK Ultra procedure for lengthy amount of time, so you can see something completely different if subjected to MK Ultra for, let me do it again, this.
Ne dalj časa, ampak ponovim stvar.
Tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno... Najpomembnejša stvar tega postopka je, ko ti lahko vidiš eno stvar popolnoma drugače.
The most important thing about MK Ultra is that you can see things completely different.
Če se to izvaja na tabo podzavestno dalj časa.
If a certain procedure is done on you subconsciously and for a longer time. I correct him, I said not a longer time, but the brainwash based on MK Ultra is done through the repetition of distortion of the reality. Yeah? So you're going to have to repeat the same distorted reality on several occasions, so the person falls under the influence of distorted reality. And I'm not going to say that necessarily falls under the false impression of distorted reality, because it's also a reality. Okay, yeah. They also obtain your attention to follow the MK Ultra through the issues which also benefit you. Advanced knowledge. It's also the stuff that comes out as truthful, as real. So not everything is based on complete distortion of reality. Some stuff is also based on advanced, when it comes to the proofs, obtaining the proofs to screw you up, to make you portray yourself as a schizophrenic, proofs they need. Yes, it's about distorted reality. And it depends on you what you will be choosing as evidence to defend yourself against what? Against what you will be defending yourself? 53 years old and defending myself against what? Well, that's why I started the video the way I started. That's why I explained the way I explained. There is no point in talking about defending yourself, because this is what this is. So I explained him, it's not based on the length of the procedure, but based on a repetition of the procedure through the subconscious, basically based on the repetition of distorted reality under MK Ultra.
Kar je tudi pač pranje možganov, temelji na postopka MK temelji na tem.
And I explained him that this is the definition of the brainwash. Pranje možganov, brainwash this is what definition is of the brainwash.
Ja.
Če sem bil prijazen sodelavci, kdaj razumem, da drug policist do mene...
Let's set the record straight. Let's set the record straight. MK Ultra foremost is forced unemployment. MK Ultra, the first thing is a genocide. It's based on all on the forced unemployment. It's compel you basically to waste time. And then follow through with attacks on you. Not always MK Ultra is based on forced unemployment, but MK Ultra, a procedure that pertains to my case, was based from my youth to 53, since I was born, through the school, was based on physical violence, ultra physical violence, facing off with the gangs on a daily basis, day-to-day basis, and afterwards, even through the military, afterwards with forced unemployment. That's basically when they start to play with your work schedule, work assignments, not being allowed to work as educated for, etc., that kind of stuff. Incidents that you have nothing to do with and you accused and so on, and in between this, the MK Ultra continues to go on. They create, in other words, they put your world upside down so they can continue to butcher, lynch. That's what your British royals are. They are regular butchers, regular killers, psychiatrists and butchers is what I would, if you ask me about what they are as a definition, butchers. That comes as close as it gets to description of these people, is butchers, regular butchers.
Prije do mene na armante način in se tam zraven mene parkira, zato ne razumem te armantnosti policista, da je že dosegel svoj namen, tukaj bi pika, tako, tukaj svoj namen, kar je svoj.
Let's do this again.
Če sem bil prijazen sodelavci, kdaj razumem, da drug policist do mene, prije do mene na armante način in se tam zraven mene parkira, zato ne razumem te arrogantnosti policista, da je že dosegel svoj namen, tukaj bi pika, tako, tukaj svoj namen, kar je svoj namen je
he is explaining this based on whatever, I don't even know. I'm gonna have to translate July the 19, 2024, but this is lousy shit that goes on. It's like the dog would be barking, completely fucking insane. He repeats basically the procedure from July the 19th, mixing one with complete bullshit, mistakes that he made during our meeting, wrong description of the stuff. He is now verifying with me, obviously to see if I still remember our meeting, and if he can get more misstatements from me based on our previous meeting. I was very clear. I gave him a very, very, very detailed description about what went on during June 21st when meeting with Rezel and Pevec. So this is what we have going on. He ordered something about, again, if I'm nice to your co-worker, I don't see why your co-worker would park next to me, this kind of a yoda yoda. I don't even understand what the fuck he's saying. Basically stuff we already have discussed about fucking 100 times. I don't even understand him because he mumbles also. This is another thing. I don't understand him inside of the room, what he's saying. He fucking mumbles. You know what I mean? He fucking mumbles. He fucking mumbles. He does not do the job of the police officer. He fucking mumbles over there. Like, you can talk clearly in a clear language, or you can mumble, basically, like I explained. Mother went to the store. Mom went to the store. That's a big difference, you know? It's a big fucking difference how you do. Oh, I talk fast. I talk rapidly. Yeah, but this is exactly what you're not supposed to as a police officer. Your job is to talk with a clarity. To talk with a clarity, to communicate. This is why you are wearing a police badge when you're doing this kind of work. I ask you to please repeat this.
Če sem bil prijazen s sodelavcem, ne razumem, da drug policist pride do mene na aroganten način in se tam zraven mene parkira, zato ne razumem te arogantnosti policista. Svoj namen ste že dosegel, ko ste zoper policista podal pritožbe.
He just started to misinterpret the stuff that had nothing to do with our meeting on. That's why I said I have to also interpret the meeting of July 19, 2024 to demonstrate that the guy was just fucking twisting stuff on his own.
Če sem bil prijazen s sodelavcem, ne razumem, da drug policist pride do mene na
if I was kind with a police officer, I do not understand why his co-worker would come approach me in an arrogant way, with the arrogance. Do not understand why he will park next to me.
Zato ne razumem te arogantnosti policista. Svoj namen.
I don't understand what the fuck he's saying. That's why I do not.
Zato ne razumem te arogantnosti policista. Svoj namen ste že dosegel, ko ste zoper policista podal pritožbe.
I don't understand what the hell he's saying. You already have accomplished your goal when you submit complaint against the police officer. Total crap.
Zato ne razumem te arogantnosti policista. Svoj namen ste že dosegel, ko ste zoper policista podal pritožbe.
I say to him, no, 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 no. I say to him, no, 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 no.
To se videl, to smo pisali, to je moj zapisano, mi se pa pogovarjali.
Tu bi bilo nekako tako, kot če bi nekdo bral, veste, bi rekel, da so malo.
This is already when I tell Stefanić the way you're describing our meeting and the report and stuff is you do this in such a way, you know, that if there would be another person that would read this would come to conclusion that I am mentally ill. So this is basically this stuff of the SONJA BREZNIK. This is what we are talking about, the stuff that I introduced you at the beginning of this video. This is what we are talking about. I tell him right there, I mean, his harassment with NAPEČNIK came so far that you can clearly hear saying to him the way you write the stuff on general about me, about our meeting and my report to you, is that whoever would read this would come to conclusion that I am mentally ill. We're gonna highlight this. I'm gonna take this stuff down. I'm also gonna save that because I'm gonna, for other purposes, contact local court. I have a few days left only to do this, and I'm gonna save that portion of the audio recording for the purposes of that. So SONJA BREZNIK stated that I agree with it, that I sign it, and so on. You can hear it by yourself that I did not agree with anything, that there is nothing actually to agree, that they compared me to, truly compared me to a mentally ill individual during the procedure, filing procedure itself, deliberately misinterpreting my statements and so on. You can clearly see that. And I protest in his face. I'm not doing this at home to distort something. I protested in his face. While I was really kind and very diplomatic with him, and very, very kind, I have to inform at home, of course, I have to point these things out. This is crap. Has nothing to do with what I stated, and so on and so forth.
Ker sta oba policista.
We're just going to take this stuff here. I disagree with him. Again, I disagree with him. So this is a minute 107. I disagree with the Stefanić. It doesn't make any sense. He just lied right there. He stated something that I did not understand why he called the police officer, since I already submitted the complaint against the two police officers.
Tu bi bilo nekako tako, kot če bi nekdo bral, veste, bi rekel, da so malo.
Mene parkira, zato ne razumem te arogantnosti policista. Svoj namen ste že dosegel, ko ste zoper policista podal pritožbe.
I do not understand if I treat a police officer well, and I don't understand why other police officer come out with all the arrogance and parks next to me. You already have accomplished your purpose when you submitted complaint against the police officer. This is crazy. Crazy. You already accomplished your purpose when you submitted complaint against the police officer. I think I would like to know why did he stated this, because this is completely out of the context. If Stefanić had the Bluetooth in his ears, where did he get the statement and connection between his statement? He stated, I do not understand and this we already previously discussed in a previous video. Is this stuff already I discussed this issue, give an example of a girl who was typing the report and compare her with much bigger than myself, Stojan Pevec and Rok Rezel, who met me on June 21st. I stated that if it was a girl and I would treat her poorly, that I would understand. There would be a police officer, male, bigger than myself, that would come out and would express dissatisfaction with me. Not that kind of dissatisfaction, but you know, if I mistreated her, that's exactly what I would expect would happen. But Rok Rezel was just bigger than myself, and Pevec came out of nowhere for no reason to cause the incident. And now we continue with, obviously, with complaint, which was based on previous meeting with the Stefanić on July the 19th, for which Stefanić claims that I suggested him that you already accomplished your goal when you submitted the complaint against the criminalist police officer. What the fuck do I have to do with that? I didn't go to the police station to have a problem with the police officers. What the fuck is this? Did Stefanić have something in his ears during a previous meeting on July the 19th, 2024, or something must have happened, because it's just not normal for him to or he had then, or he had it now, because it's not normal that he came up, there was no connection to it. You already, from my point of view, that I don't understand, if I treat with respect police officer, why other police officer will come toward me and express the arrogance toward me. And as he continues, you already accomplished the purpose when you submitted complaint against the criminal list police officer. But what is the connection between this? There is none. Yes. This is so, I'm afraid I was not the only person who was talking to Stefanić during our meeting on July 19, 2024. I'm afraid there was somebody else there too. He had some people inside of his ear, I think. Oh, look at this. That's complete.
Koliko če nekdo prav veste, bi rekel, da so malo
Yeah, I explained him, you know, you're writing the stuff that if somebody would read afterwards this stuff, he would think I was mentally ill person. completely ill person. And that's, we go to the TANJA FAJON issue, your King Charles issue. That's what we are talking about.
Ker sta oba policista bila veliko bolj telesno razvita, se pravi višinsko in po kilogramih. Telesno razvita višinsko in po kilogramih.
Because, let's change this, I said, because the two police officers were much more developed than myself, based on height and based on the weight.
Zaradi svojega sodelovanja s policistom Rezerjem.
Because of my pleasant attitude, because of my cooperation with the two police officers, because the other police officers also entered the room, but foremost because of good cooperation with Rok Rezel, the first police officer, and since the second police officer also entered, also a second police officer.
Nisem čutil potrebe po vstopu gospoda Pevca, po agresivnem vstopu gospoda Pevca v avlo.
I felt no need for aggressive entry of police officer Pevec into the main lobby area.
Tukaj gre za način, ko je odrinil vrata. S tem, da ni bil seznanjen, zakaj sem sploh tistega dne bil se pravi na policijski postaji.
And also with what I suggested, he was obviously acquainted very well with what I was doing that day at the Novo Mesto police station.
In glede na to, da se je večkratno srečeval z gospodom Rezeljem.
And based on, and this is now, I actually contradict myself based on what I stated earlier, that I did not know what Rezel re-entered the area of the police over and over and over again. I upgrade and I make the claim that police officer Rok Rezel obviously entered police station on several prior occasions to meet with a dispatcher on duty, receptionist, front desk officer for that day, who was a police officer Pevec. I really did not know what Justice Rok Pevec alone stated me, and they were trying to put the stuff in my mouth. But since we've gotten so far that we are discussing the issue of MK Ultra, I upgrade the claim and I accuse at that point in time Rok Rezel entering police premises, police area to communicate with police officer Pevec. I do so because it's, I'm going to say, reasonably to think so. I haven't seen him doing that kind of stuff, but I have all the reason to state that it is exactly what he did. Based on the suspicion, based on a conduct that the two engaged in front of me, I actually have no need anymore to harbor the two. I was trying to be as polite, as diplomatic, and concentrate on procedure itself and move on. But these people on Stefanić and Napečnik on October the 25th make things look so weird for me, trying to portray me in such a way that I actually make an accusation that the prior entries to the police area of Rok Pevec were actually related to meetings with police officer Pevec.
Večkratno srečeval med srečanjem, da se je med srečanjem večkratno srečeval z gospodom Rezeljem.
Ker sta oba policista bila veliko bolj telesno razvita, višinska in po programih, zaradi svojega sodelovanja s policistom Rezljem nisem čutil potrebe po agresivnem vstopu policista Pevca Pavlo, s tem, da ni bil seznanjen, zakaj sem sploh tistega dne bil na policijski postaji, glede na to, da se tudi večkratno srečeval med srečanjem za gospodom Rezljem.
Ja, agresivno se mi je...
So he repeats me basically the whole thing I stated to you, needed to be written.
Še naprej približeval, ker on se je ustavil, potem je pa izrazil svojo agresivnost, se pravi, večkratno je bila njegova agresivnost izražena. On je prišel, se je ustavil, potem je pa še nadaljeval. In to po istem takim postopku, agresivno potem je. Kot da sem se vedel, nespošljivo, kot da sem prišel policiste izzivati iz dneva na policijsko postajo, oziroma kot da sem hotel na tem še konflikt.
Police officer Pevec acted aggressively, and then he built on his primary aggression repeatedly. It looked just as if I would come to the police station to harass police or something like that. He repeatedly behaved aggressively toward me.
Dokler se mi ni približal iz leve strani na razdaljo, katero je ponavljal po postopku NP Ultra. NP Ultra. Ja. Ja, s tem se bom malo bolj zadovoljen. Lahko dajte.
To mi všeč.
Meni tudi.
Lahko je skupno jezik.
Ja, hvala. Ja.
Vi imate besedo.
Kaj jaz čutim še do tega, glede te preiskave, ali tako, mislim.
Do tega samega postopka.
Še ne vam povem, kaj čutim do tega. Nič v bistvu ne čutim drugega do tega. Tu je bil v bistvu za mene, pika na i. Druge stvari sem itak že opisal na drugem, na tistem prvem, ne bom kradil gospodu časa. Če smo zaradi tega tukaj, bomo to zadevo, ampak če bomo naredili na tak način, da se točno...
Stefanić asked me what exactly do I feel, how I feel about the proceeding. I tell him, and I'm going to use this, I don't feel nothing, I tell him. I say to him, I am not here to steal your time. I don't want to steal the time from Mr. Napečnik. Napečnik obviously was in a hurry. So Napečnik brainwashed a lot about being in a hurry when he would come to Novo Mesto, and even that I should be very nice to him because he will be heading back to Ljubljana, and you never know, it could be also accident, that kind of stuff.
Kaj jaz čutim še do tega, glede te preiskave? Lahko dajte.
I am going to keep this here. this is a minute, 1 hour 11. He asked me about how I feel about this investigation. I say I don't feel nothing. And then you know I don't feel good. I do not feel absolutely nothing. There is nothing to feel. The investigation clearly was not in accordance with the law. Clearly was a lie, the whole thing. And what is there to feel? I don't know what he says here.
Na drugem, na tistem prvem, ne bom kradel gospodu časa. Če smo zaradi tega tukaj, bomo to zadevo, ampak da bomo naredili na tak način, da se točno...
Opisal.
V tem pritožbenem postopku, v primarnem pritožbenem postopku. Tak način, da se točno...
Opisal.
V tem pritožbenem postopku, v primarnem pritožbenem postopku.
To potem na svoji spletni strani, ne? So tudi odpisali, ste?
Ja, veliko stvari.
I advise one that the whole crime is described in detail on my blog. Exactly about what took place, how the whole incident, which I did, in details.
Ja, ne, spravilnost, naredi ste pač...
Jaz sem obveščal...
Ja, razumem.
He's asking me if there's anything else, and I say, no, you tell me if there's anything else.
Od naše službe direktora obveščala službo direktora, oziroma sveta za pritožbe.
Jaz sem z vami zelo zadovoljen. Jaz sem z vami zelo zadovoljen. Spomnim se vas, kakšen super globar ste.
Če se spomnim najnega prvega postopka, ko ste me snemo objavili.
What I do is at this point in time, and this is also to confirm that the nature of my visit to Novo Mesto police station that day was purely based on having absolutely no conflict with whomever. I thank both of them. I say to both of them, I am very happy, thankful to both of you. This is what I do. I am very satisfied with both of you. After all, this was about something else. As I stated, this is our collection of the proofs. What I feel about these police officers, it has nothing to do with the reality. The reality is their findings, the way they did the investigation, and the way they did the investigation is everything recorded on audio. That's all there is to it. I did not come to the police station to have conflict with these people of any kind. I say, I am very pleased with you. I absolutely am not there that day at the police station to have absolutely conflict with anybody. The way they did the work, this is basically vsake svoje sreče kovač, tu je vse, kar je. Everybody is owner of his luck. It depends how you do the stuff. That depends on you.
Pa spomnim se vas, veste, pa če ne se spomnim. Spomnim se vas po svojem kolegu, Simonu Bartlovu, spomnim se. Ampak tako je naneslo, da take stvari jaz ne razumem, te stvari.
I say, I also recall you from my friend Simon Bartle. Also, I also recall you are a friend, you are his friend, and so on. I said, but I'm sorry, this is just the nature of this is how things are, and that's all there is to it.
Zdaj lahko se nekaj ključnega vprašam.
Ja.
Mislim, da te odločil.
Ja.
Glede na to, da so se tako pogovorila,
ja,
zapisala, en izvodno tako vam dol, En izvod podobno gospodu Zodane, da se sabo dodano odnesem.
Še ena stvar bi prosil, še lahko napišete.
Ajde, treba še to.
Ja, še tole napišete.
He wants me to sign the paperwork again. And I say, let's write one more thing on the report. Before. I didn't say nothing before. I said, let's just write one more thing on the report. So he started talking about that at this point in time that he would make a printout and he would make one copy for his NAPEČNIK so that he could take the paperwork with him to Ljubljana, and the other one would be for me, blah, blah, blah. And I say, just one more thing, let's also enter something else on the report.
Zdaj vas nekaj ključnega vprašam.
Ja.
Ki se v bistvu te odločil.
Ja.
Glede na to, da so se tako pogovorila,
Ja.
zapisala, en izvod bom tako izpovedal, en izvod podobno gospodu Zodane, da se sabo dodano odnesem.
Še ena stvar bi prosil, še lahko napišete.
Ajde, treba še zapisala, en izvod bom tako izpovedal, pogovorila,
Ja.
zapisala, en izvod bom tako izpovedal, en izvod podobno gospodu Zodane, da se sabo dodano odnesem. Pogovorila,
Ja.
zapisala, en izvod bom tako izpovedal, en izvod podobno gospodu Zodane.
He said right here, he stated right here, he stated,
Glede na to, da so se tako pogovorila,
based on that we have such a good conversation, not good conversation, but based on the way we had conversation,
pogovorila,
Ja.
zapisala,
we will also sign. Based on the way we talk, we will also sign. This is what he says.
pogovorila,
Ja.
zapisala, en izvod bom tako izpovedal,
One printout will be immediately available for you. Other one will be taken by a gentleman from Ljubljana with him.
en izvod podobno gospodu Zodane, da se sabo dodano odnesem.
Še ena stvar bi prosil, še lahko napišete.
He even says that he will take one to Ljubljana. That is based on MK Ultra, I have to say, because they brainwashed during MK Ultra that the signature which I would provide that day, NAPEČNIK and Stefanić claimed during MK Ultra, is pressure on me that I have to sign at whatever costs. It's not a definite thing because he is investigator who is participating there to see that everything is done accordance with the law. However, that once he goes to Ljubljana is what NAPEČNIK claimed during MK Ultra. That's when he will have to go over the whole paperwork and see and state if it was done by the law or not. NAPEČNIK insisted during MK Ultra that he had no powers whatsoever to confront anybody at Novo Mesto police station that day and so on and so forth because he's one of the police officers and he is part of the police. Because of the pressure, because of this, it was separate brainwash of NAPEČNIK for me to keep quiet and allow procedure to go through, do not create any kind of problems. And once I get to Ljubljana, I will review the paperwork and that's when I will issue my report whether it was done accordingly with the law or not. And this is the letter that will come to you by Wednesday. Something like this, he stated. So, I would have at least 1 week time. It was Wednesday the 25th, just as you see it right there. And November the 1st by November the 1st, there will be a letter that would arrive to me from NAPEČNIK, who asked me, remember the threats that I told you, that if you will create a problem at the police station, we also had the people who had mental problems. Yeah, and you already were listed in a psychiatric hospital, so you may not want to talk about. This was NAPEČNIK and Stefanić. And NAPEČNIK separately insisted during MK Ultra, I will not have a capacity to interact with whatever the Stefanić will do that day. During MK Ultra, it's a several parallel brainwashing issues that they exercised. And NAPEČNIK had, next to other stories with Stefanić, also completely separate program software based on which he brainwashed me that he will take the stuff to Ljubljana, and within the week I'm going to get the letter about the job improperly done if he's going to feel that way, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I was certain that based on the report I would get this kind of letter. However, it appears that this was exactly identical type of brainwash as it was done with the car parts when I filed a complaint against the people in Germany who have stolen me some $500 worth in car parts I paid for, never delivered. Go home, wait for me, letter never comes, because NAPEČNIK also continued that imposed brainwash which pertained to how he's going to go to Ljubljana, he's going to take that with him to Ljubljana and so on, and that's where he would be able to act and make his own report. He said nothing happens. NAPEČNIK insisted, guaranteed that nothing happens. This stuff at Novo Mesto, which he will attended with me, is not official. Nothing happens, is NAPEČNIK claimed during MK Ultra, till I also issue the confirmation of this paper, my own paperwork. And that's what should come within the week. And follow up during MK Ultra with that kind of garbage. I realized once I exit police station that this kind of paperwork will never arrive, because he follow up insisted me during MK Ultra that if you're not going to come back and complain by the Friday, by the Thursday, by the Friday, and so on. For every day, for 1 week, he had different stories. What will it be? How soon I will have no ability to complain, nothing, and so on and so forth. This is the way this stuff was done. It's very important for me to notice this. His Ljubljana, blah, blah. All based on MK Ultra brainwash, everything. One copy will get a gentleman from Ljubljana. He will take one with him to Ljubljana. I say, please, I would like to also add some more to complaint. In your report, not complaint, I stated, I would, just a moment please, I would like to have something else also entered to the report. You know, one thing is to say, I feel good about how you did the job, and not how you did the job, I didn't say. I said, I'm very happy with you. And another one is to say, I am very glad, very pleased with you how you did the job, which I never stated. And completely something different is also to say, yes, I agree. None of the stuff ever happened. I never said that he did a good job. I never stated that criminal complaint stopped. That I am fine with it. None of that stuff stated. None of that stuff stated. I am just thankful for, let's do it again, this stuff. Let's do it again, this stuff, to make sure. I am very, very satisfied with you.
Jaz sem z vami zelo zadovoljen. Jaz sem z vami zelo zadovoljen. Spomnim se vas, kakšen...
I am very satisfied with you. Very satisfied with you.
Dobar ste.
You love to pick up the mushrooms, I tell him. You're a good mushroom picker. You do a lot of mushroom picking. I remember you, I recall you. He would take me for a mushroom pickup. And you are also a friend of the Simon Bartol, I tell him. Obviously, I'm not at the police station to make a conflict, a problem to anybody.
Pa spomnim se vas, veste, pa če se spomnim. Spomnim se vas po svojem kolegu.
As far as the work, that he did a good job, I never stated. I am very satisfied with you, but I never stated that he did a good job or that this complaint is over with. He wants me to sign, and when he wants me to sign, I want him to enter more details on the report. Let's continue with this stuff. I am going to copy this stuff here. Very satisfied with the Stefanić and Napecnik, but need to enter more criminal details on report. Oh, I probably do not have to explain to you that when you are very satisfied, right? When you are very satisfied with the person who is doing a report and who wants you to sign for it, but you tell him that there is just more criminal details that needs to be entered on the report, you already know that. That doesn't mean that is okay. Anything, really. And this is a minute 113 minute. Obviously, I am not happy with it. And this is why I insist to have further details entered on the report.
Glede na to, da so se tako pogovorila, zapisala, en izvod bo takoj tako vam dol, en izvod bo dobil gospod Zodane, da se samo dodano odnesel.
Še ena stvar bil klasičen, še to napiše.
Obviously, at that point, I ridicule both of the police officers, stating them that there is more criminal details we're going to enter on your report when he's saying to me, based on our conversation, we are going to sign. And I say, one more thing we are going to enter on the report. That cannot be interpreted as agreement or consensus in absolutely anything. Let's continue. We are nowhere near the end of this recording. We have another 1 hour more of the recording, so then you know that what I am doing right now with the two police officers is I am using their demand to sign the complaint, delaying one through entering more criminal details about the meeting of incident of June the 21st, 2024. And this is how you do it. I'm very satisfied with you, very satisfied. And you continue to list more and more and more and more and more crime. This is how I do it. I find their procedure to be sadistic, and I return in exactly the same way. Let's continue.
Gospod Pevec in gospod Rezel sta izvršila množico kaznivih dejanj med postopkom MK Ultra.
I continue by stating Mr. Pevec and Mr. Rezel, the two police officers, exercise number of criminal acts during procedure of MK Ultra.
Katera so posegala tudi v grožnje za smrtjo.
Which also involved death threats.
Kar se gre gospoda Pevca.
As far as Mr. Pevec. They both had multiple death scenarios, yes.
Ta zapisnik podoba tudi policista.
Super.
To morate vedeti.
A ja, hvala vam, mislim.
Ta zapisnik podoba tudi policista.
Super.
To morate vedeti.
A ja, hvala vam, mislim, opozorila.
A veste, da ne bi imel kakršnikoli nadaljnih morebitnih odškodninskih ali kakršnih morebitnih postopkov policistov, so pa vas.
I wanted, and that's exactly what I did on his gesture for me to sign the document. We continue with the proceeding by my gesturing that the two exercise multiple death threats against me, and TOMAZ NAPEČNIK understood exactly what I am doing at that point in time in respect to signing the document, and says to me, you have to understand that the two police officers also have the right to sue you. I say to him, thank you very much for advising me, very kind of you, and we continue. He says, you must understand that for your own well-being, that the two also have ability to sue you, press charges against you. I said, thank you very much for informing me. You're very kind. Let's do this again.
A veste, da ne bi imel kakršnikoli nadaljnih morebitnih odškodninskih ali kakršnih postopkov.
He says to me, so that's not going to be some kind of a financial or other problems you will get yourself into. He says to me, Napečnik from Ljubljana. It is unlawful to accuse of police officers of acts they have nothing to do with it. I said, yes, I understand. Thank you very much.
Množico kaznivih dejanj med postopkom MK Ultra. Pa bil prosič, ja, še tole napiše.
Možno s nekaj ključnega vprašal.
Ja.
Vi ste mi to odločil?
Ja.
I am going to take this one here at this point in time, and I will use this to express complete disagreement with the BREZNIK. Point out that once I was offered to sign the paperwork at minute 113, offered to sign paperwork, I thanked, very happy with police officer Stefanić replying one before signing to enter Pevec Rezel death Let's MK Ultra scenario. We're gonna do this, yes, we do this kind of stuff. So whoever you are out there, if you acknowledge this as my consent to end the so-called mediation with these people, this is up to you, but I see this as opportunity to get even with bullshit, obviously. Obviously, Stefanić was out of the touch with reality when he wanted me again to sign something without even finishing the procedure.
Gospod Pevec in gospod Rezor sta izvršila množico kaznivih dejanj med postopkom MK Ultra, katera sta pa treba tudi predložno situacijo.
Tako.
So Stefanić reads that the two exercise a number of criminal violations, of which some also involved death threats.
Ja, gospod Pevec je kakor vi, gospod Stefanić,
kakor jaz pisal, kakor
služi direktorju Ogolinu. Pevec je kakor vi.
And this is where I continue, and I tell Stefanić, Mr. Pevec, yes, after I stated that the two police officers, Rezor and Pevec, committed a number of criminal acts, which included also death threats during MK Ultra procedure, I continue to have Stefanić writing that Mr. Pevec, just as you, Mr. Stefanić, yes, I say to him, just like you, Mr. Stefanić, both served to the ex-police director, Janez Ogulin. So I am very, very, very happy with you. I am extremely, extremely happy with you. Where do you want me to sign? Where do you want me to sign? I will sign it. Now you already are writing the stuff about yourself next to the death threats which I accuse the two police officers. So you want to say that this is a satisfaction from my yes 1 hour 15 minute. This is a 1 hour 15 minute. I accuse Stefanić too.
Gospod Stefanić,
kakor jaz pisal, kakor
služi direktorju Ogolinu. Ostalim direktorjem novomeške policije.
To the Novo Mesto Police, therefore Pevec, just like yourself, Stefanić, both of you served director Janez Ogulin, previous director Janez Ogulin, just as to other Novo Mesto Police directors, prior and after Janez Ogulin, therefore also Juršić.
V smislu nadzora samega postopka MK Ultra.
In a sense of complete surveillance of MK Ultra procedure. That means I have accused Mr. Pevec and Mr. Stefanić, who was right there in front of me, of being one of the two individuals who supervised the police circle which was involved, which enforced the MK Ultra procedure. Yeah? I say, you, Stefanić, and Pevec, both of you served to previous director Ogulin and to other directors, and obviously Juršić, who replaced Ogulin, as the two supervisors of MK Ultra procedure itself. but I am very happy that, very, very satisfied that Napečnik warned me about that I have to be careful what I say about the police officers, because they can also press charges against me. Very thankful to him, of course.
Ki ni posebej samo v moje življenje, ampak tudi v življenje moje družine.
Both of you were in charge, not I'm going to say both of you, but you had a supervisory positions in respect to MK Ultra case, which did not only pushed into my life, supervision of my life, but also in life of the rest of the family. So I am accusing Stefanić right there and right there next to Pevec that the two disrupted my life and also life of my family members. So very pleased with them. Yeah, thank you. You can imagine my happiness at that point.
S tem, da je gospod Pevec fizično izvajal naloge direktorja policije Ogorina.
With Pevec implementing physically the orders of Director Janez Ogulin. That means that he was physical. Here I'm implying on the violence. Also, Stefanić had administrative part, but when it comes to Pevec, Pevec was physical. That's the individual who also would get physically aggressive. So, would you like as a police officer that you write the report that thank you from the person that complains about other two police officers to like this? Would that make you feel good about one signing your document? This is up to you. This, I guarantee you, this is the stuff that was nowhere included on the paperwork that complain with which Americans, British, French, Germans, flyers they were waving in front of me and reading to me schizophrenia that they assembled together with their Novo Mesto police colleagues, psychiatrists, cops. None of that stuff, I assure you, was written on that complaint.
Gospod Stefanić pa se je ob takšnih postopkih, še lahko ga vklepaj ne vse, posebno seznanil.
Basically, Pevec was used as a supervisor of certain assignments of the police officers that enforced physical part. That means that I would be meeting with the civilians and so on, torture. While Mr. Stefanić, that's basically you, Mr. Stefanić, you are doing the administrative part. You were witnessing this stuff, just like Miran Sudin did, to obtain, on behalf of administration, the overview about the stuff that went on, what to expect, how to see the whole thing as, and how to corrupt the people at Novo Mesto court in other locations, how to view the things, and so on. So, You can say that I was happy that day, that I was pleased with it, and I did sign it, but you can't say that this is it, that everybody was happy, we went home, and this was it, that I had no reason to complain further, like SONJA BREZNIK claimed together with Milan SODIN. That is accusing Stefanić of his involvement into genocide is probably not a compliment. Yet I did sign it. I signed you the document. I signed you the document because I don't want to have problems that day. Just make sure that you also enter that part inside. That's all there is. There's no problem for me to sign.
Tukaj gre recimo kot za primer do svojega 92-letnega očeta.
I cite as an example to Stefanić my 92-year-old father. Yes, I give him example of the 92-year-old father, involvement in the life of my 92-year-old father, whom police have used at home for elderly people for torture purposes. Obviously that he was also tortured based on the longer and longer stay they were doing on him was extreme violence.
Časovnega odmika, gospod?
Ne smemo to uravnati.
Gospod Napečnik, časovnega odmika tukaj ni. Tukaj ne obstaja.
Now Mr. Napečnik goes off completely. He goes off and he insists that we will not be talking about these things because there is only 40-day limit that one can complain against the crime. And I explained to one, Mr. Napečnik, the time term in this case does not exist. Yes, it exists, and I say it doesn't. Whatever applies to extermination procedure to the genocide does not have extermination termin. So I want to finish this stuff. I want to get also explain him the law in respect to extermination genocide procedure. It's not the same thing as any kind of crime. We are not doing, I did not come on June the 21st to have a conflict with the police or to file the police exclusively against Juršić or Novo Mesto police station, but to file the case against the country known as Republic of Slovenia, the state, Slovenian nation. We are talking about MK Ultra case, which started at my age 1, when I was less than 1 year of age in what used to be known as Republic Slovenia in Yugoslavia. So there is no such thing like termin, expiration, and so on and so forth. So I get very, very, very hot at this point in time for Mr. Napečnik. So you can imagine how happy I was and satisfied with the whole thing. I don't know what these two guys thought, that they're gonna come on a picnic with me that day, but I had a completely different plans.
Sem te razložil na stvar. Ne priznavam jaz v ne priznavam vašega zakonika, zaradi tega, ker to se je začelo od mane izvajanja enega leta starosti.
So I say I do not recognize your law, what you refer to as a law, because stuff I am talking about commenced against me when at my age, 1 year of age.
Kot je predhodno omenil tudi gospod Štefanić, da sem ga snemal, vas moram seznaniti, da je to moje edino orožje, katerega imam.
Based on a previous, it looks like that Stefanić warned me about the audio recording. I told him, I have to inform you at this point, Mr. Napečnik, that this is my only weapon.
za katerim jaz razpolagam, da je javnost lahko seznanjena z...
For the purposes of the public acknowledgement about what goes on,
z vašim vojaškim sodiščem.
With your military court. So what we're going to do is, I accuse Novo Mesto police station, this hearing, I acknowledge one as a military court. So I signed it. Yes, I signed it, but I acknowledged one as a military court. I equaled one with the Joseph Stalin, with the Josip Broz Tito, and if this is, I don't understand how Stefanić even dared to offer me a paper at the end of this. I do not understand any of it. So this is what we are talking about here.
Samo trenutek, da razložim zadeve. Jaz vas ne vidim kot normalno policijsko enoto z drugimi besedami povedano.
You know, I was quiet all the time, but at that point I say, just a moment, please. Let me explain now. I do not see you as a normal police unit that would be in any way equivalent or similar to other police enforcement units.
Oziroma tudi ta proces ne vidim kot normalen proces. Ker to se je začelo v Jugoslaviji.
Even the process that you are engaging in right now, obviously, it's not a normal process because, as I mentioned, it all started in what used to be Yugoslavia.
In vi niste imel nikakršnega, vse to ni vse proti vam, jaz vas zastopam, vi delate svoje.
And I say, this is not personally against you, Mr. Napečnik. I completely understand. You are doing your stuff.
Sam dovolite mi, da povem.
Just please allow me to explain, I say.
Vi izvajate represijo nad mano, ki je bila enaka tisti jugoslovanski.
You are exercising repression against me, which is equal to the one in Yugoslavia.
Gospod, če se ne boste z mano strinjal s tem, ker se tega gre, bo proti vam izvedel kazenski postopek.
And I also explain Napečnik, I had enough of his attitude. I explained him, hey, by the way, if you are not going to agree with me, I will press criminal charges against you. I tell him right there, if you are not going to agree with me, as far as the procedure, you know, I'm there for work. That's all I am. I'm doing my stuff. I just want to have my report done, right? This is not any kind of mediation, and this is not any kind of, in eyes of Slovenian internal ministry, they call this mediation. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. But when I came at the police station, and I made myself several times clear, also to Stefanić when I met one on July 19, 2024, this is not complaint against the two police officer or police station or Juršić only. This is a complaint based on MK Ultra procedure, complaint against the genocide. Do not change the purpose of the complaint. Slovenia was the one that decided to change the purpose of the complaint. It's up to Slovenia, but it's my job to get the public from worldwide, from other parts of the world, acquainted what Slovenia is doing. It's like you go to the store and say, I like to have that ice cream. And the lady says, here is 1 kilo of bread. You understand me when I'm saying ice cream and bread are not the same thing? But you can do this. Slovenia does it based on a prior agreement of TANJA FAJON with the British Royals, with the US Justice Department of State, Civil Rights Division, European Court for Human Rights, European Commissioners, European Human Rights Ombudsman, United Nations, etc., etc. Politicians that provided investigators, literally politicians, to go over the paperwork just in the form I explained. This type of schizophrenia they wanted. So this is what this is about, and this is what this will stay. The nature of this cause will stay concentrated in what I stated. Next to this will also be concentrated on the people who are doing everything possible to create more obstacle in a procedure. We're not giving up from anything. So at this point in time, Napečnik is told that if he will continue this way with me, basically not allowing me to do my work, just to do my work, I will file against him in a very calm way. Everything I do in a very calm way, not like the way you see me now. I will press criminal charges against him. His threats, previous threats about the police officers and the time frames and so on, they have absolutely no effect on me here. I am just there to do the work, and I'm trying to explain to both guys, please cooperate with me so I can get the report, so I can get the things done, and basically we can go each our way, but under no way you can say that I was satisfied with a lie, with basically, what is that if it's not a schizophrenia? What the fuck is this here? What Stefanić did, if it's not a schizophrenia? It obviously had nothing to do with the reality. It's a paranoia, schizophrenia. Had nothing to do with the reality. It's a continuation of the psychiatric reports from Psychiatric Hospital Ljubljana Polje, which physicians, doctors have written whatever the fuck they wanted, like I said, based on prior TANJA, FAJON, MILAN, KUČAN agreement with Brussels, Strasbourg, Washington, D.C.
Tako, ko sem ga proti Juršiču, tisti postopek ostaja. Pač ne bom imel nobene druge alternative. Prišel to. No. Se ne razumem.
So, Napečnik does not want to have absolutely anything entered on my complaint in respect to the two police officers that concerns their death threats. Wow. We are talking about MK Ultra case, which they pre-qualify into the case of the telepathy, that I am telepath, and he demands to hear nothing about their death threats against me during MK Ultra procedure, claiming that is a time frame that does prohibits from death threats being entered on the police report pertaining to this case. Amazing. That is amazing. Never heard for such a great police work that it would be done so thoroughly, basically. Never heard about that, but this is basically what we have going on. That's what's happening right there.
Tako. Ne priznavam roka 45 dni.
I want Stefanić to enter this on the report, that in case of Napečnik's gestures about the time frame prohibiting entry on the report of death threats exercised on me by the two police officers due to time frame, as Napečnik claimed, I will file for criminal procedure against Napečnik immediately, no question asked. And of course, I explained the issue behind Yugoslavia, my age when it all started, and so on. In other words, I understand Napečnik's claims as a threat.
Država Slovenija, tako Jugoslavija izvaja vojaški sistem oziroma sodišče.
And I demand for the complaint to get a completely different nature and be equaled with the nature of procedure that Novo Mesto Police exercised, the complaint procedure itself, the proceedings, the meetings with the police officer. I equal one with a military courts, the same system, Stalinist, Josip Broz Tito type of system from Yugoslavia. So this is probably not satisfaction. This is a minute 1:21, something like that.
Od svoje osamosvojitve. Svoje osamosvojitve. Ja. Ja, to je pač nadzor. Ni samo nadzor, ampak tu je vaša policijska postaja deluje še naprej kot vojaško sodišče tukaj. Na tak način, kot je to, je samo gospod Stalin eliminiral svoje...
Stefanic and Napecnik asked me if this is about the surveillance. Surveillance classically is used by the psychiatrist to suggest paranoia, basically. People that talk about the surveillance and stuff like that, this is always associated by the police, by the psychiatrist with the paranoia, that kind of stuff. And what I do, no, this is not about the surveillance only, this is about the way you conduct in interaction with me, with absolutely everything since your Slovenian independence in 1991. Your police station is indifferent from what it used to be in Yugoslavia. The same, like from Josip Broz Tito, Stalin, the same thing, basically like a military court. It's not like a police station. It's got a completely different purpose.
Nasprotnike, oziroma ne isto mišlječe. Če nadaljujete za Jugoslavijo tukaj noter, tega vas obtožujem.
You continue with Yugoslavia inside of this police station. This is what you are doing. This is how Josip Broz Tito, Stalin used to eliminate their opponents, differently minded.
No.
Hvala vam.
Še kaj bi spod?
Kje smo bili?
Da smo zaključili tole.
Ja, tu smo...
Da ste ne predstavljali, pa da policijska pravno mesto...
Ja, ampak predtem, kaj pa predtem?
Ti si začel, da boš vključenje za mene.
Aha! Ja, zaključil. Jaz sem hodil, če imate više kaj, da napišemo, noter je to, smo vse spisala.
I got a little bit emotional with Napečnik because of his time framing and stuff like this. What am I allowed to even enter at on a complaint? That day I got very little sleep, not even 4 hours of sleep when I made it to the police station. I am very busy actually, and it's getting better, but my health was extremely fragile, and I think it's going to get better, but still, I asked him where exactly were we before we started this issue about, and the two are again trying to get on getting the paperwork signed, finished the report.
Če imate kaj še za dodat mogoče?
Tako, v domu za starejše občane, primer bom dal. Ja, moram zdaj 92 let.
I want to talk about my 92-year-old father, I said, at home for elderly people.
Star oče, katerega ste se začeli delati leta 98, ne zdi, ampak policijska postaja leta 98 z namenom, se pravi, povzročenja škode meni, kako tudi njemu.
Since 1998, this is not going to be, but it's going to be. Novo Mesto Police Station commenced procedure on my father, 1998, practically hospitalizing one at home for elderly people to cause harm to me and to him. This is a 92-year-old man.
Nad katerim je policijska postaja, psihiatri Kapš, Ljubljančani so izvajali nasilje proti njemu.
Psychiatrist Peter Kapš, police engaged in a violence against my father.
Večkratno je bil v tem domu hospitaliziran z namenom izvajanja nasilja nad mano.
He was on a multiple occasion hospitalized at home for elderly people with the purpose of police violence engaging in me.
Tudi, na koncu se je tako končalo, da je moral v dom, dejansko zaradi možganske kapi, se pravi stanje možganske kapi.
It all ended that my father had to go to home for elderly people due to stroke, brain stroke.
Na katero ga je slovenska policija, kakor je bilo v meni razvidno med postopkom MK Ultra, večkratno
which Slovenian police during MK Ultra procedures itself, based on my observation on multiple occasions, were forcing him into getting used to brain stroke, future brain stroke.
Ta postopek posebno in druge postopke, posebno recimo tak postopek, recimo kakor je bil tam na križišču, katerega sem zabeležil v žabi VANCE, če se spomnim, da je predobilo Eurospin.
Procedure at home for elderly people, where my father is basically, as well as the procedure which I investigated and have taken place at Semaphore Light in Žabja vas in front of Eurospin store.
Vse take postopke fizično je izvajal gospod Pevec.
During MK Ultra, it's this type of procedure when it comes to physical part, physical enforcement. It was Mr. Pevec who was exercising, obviously on behalf of directors of police and so on. Mr. Pevec was doing these types of procedures, physically enforcing them.
Gospod Pevec ni bil samo v tem scenariju, ampak je postal desna roka fizični nadzornik gospoda Ogolina. Gospod Ogolin je pa deloval, vam povem, kot desna roka za ene take stranske stvari, za vse direktorje še iz časa Jugoslavije.
He was left hand of, when it comes to the physical part of Director Janez Ogolin. And Janez Ogolin, since the times of Yugoslavia, was assistant of directors, since Slovenia used to be still part of Yugoslavia, for other police directors doing exactly this kind of stuff. So, specifically, I am referring to home for elderly, through which police already counted on they're going to do this stuff when I was a child, practically, teenager. So Napečnik protests to this stuff. You can see that I am not allowed to explain anything. but we are at the police station discussing the crime, the issues in which they embedded my father. I am not allowed to explain, and on my website is well explained that based on my American driving license, life in the United States of America, the right turns are of course permitted if there is no traffic coming from from the left side of the driver traffic, left traffic, or the traffic that will be making a right turn from the opposite direction if you are at the intersection. In Europe, actually for Slovenia I know that stuff is only permitted wherever there are arrows, signs with the arrows that indicate you are permitted to make the right turn. And maybe the best part about it is the right to the right turn for the first time appeared just a few years ago in Slovenia. I don't even know how long that this exists, that you can make the right turn on a semaphore light, even on a red light. However, only when there is a green arrow sign that indicates that you can do so. In the US, you can do this at any semaphore light. So, Slovenian police, who was hijacking me with the FBI, with the CIA to United States of America, continue to brainwash that in Slovenia is the same thing. Something entire MK Ultra procedure I have rehearsed, actually explained all about MK Ultra procedure the way they have rehearsed over and over and over again with me in the United States of America. It was exactly Novo Mesto police station who did this stuff. Investigators that were using traffic police officers even to engage in this stuff, indicating me even how they are going to stop me, as Božičnik did at Žabjavas, next to the semaphore before one even became a police officer and so on. So they were growing a schizophrenia, and indifferent from everything else that went on, also went on with the Stefanić and Napecnik at Novo Mesto police station that day. I did not, however, come to deny myself. I came to accent the stuff I am writing about on my blog is part of my life, which is enforced by Novo Mesto police station at the time of my complaint, and that also involved the issue of my 92-year-old father against whom police exercised crime. So, is this pertain to this procedure? Yes, it does pertain to this procedure. It pertains to the procedure which they are doing their best to refer to as a telepathy. And says, no, this does not apply to this, yeah?
Niko, je tako kot je gospod omenil, 45 dni imaš časa, ko neka uradna oseba odide, da se lahko potem ne pritožiš. Vendar v mojem primeru pa ta stvar ni zastarala iz strani policije. Se pravi, da policija je te stvari še naprej izvajala.
I explained about the term which Napecnik mentioned earlier, 45-day time to complain. When it comes to MK Ultra procedure, there is no such thing as 45-day term when my father is right now still inside of the home for elderly people. I was stopped the other day based on MK Ultra rehearsal, crime rehearsal. Obviously, the crimes continue to go on, and you are talking basically about the 45-day termin pertaining to MK Ultra procedure. You know, you are completely trying to do everything possible to somehow change the purpose of my visit to the police station, but I obviously do not allow this. We are talking about MK Ultra, and we will stay focused on MK Ultra.
Tisto, kar je bilo, jaz ne morem
ampak tu so take stvari, da so tako pomembne, da bi vas prosil, če te lahko naredite.
I say, you know, in a very calm voice I do. Everything I do in a very calm voice. But, you know, these are such important things that I will ask you if you can please type them down. So, can you see just how far when he said, can we sign now? Now we are going to sign this. Can you see now just how far we are from when he started that we are going to sign? We were actually nowhere near, maybe in his delusion, in his dreams maybe, that we were somewhere to sign something. But in reality, I am in real here, in real there. I am there with a purpose to carry out my task. The complaint for which I came at the police station on June the 21st, 2024, and I continue to stick to what they refer to such complaint, through what they refer to as a mediation, reconciliation, whatever the fuck you call one. If you want to reclassify the purpose of my visit to whatever it fits you, there is no problem. It's just very important, like I stated to Police Officer Napečnik, my audio recorder must be on so that I can prove to the world that your police station functions based on completely different criteria, that you function basically on a completely different principles from the laws, from the Constitution, from the courts, from United Nations, laws in United Nations, laws. I don't give a three fuck about anybody. I don't care. It's written in European Union Constitution and laws that pertain to European Union, Schengen, United Nations, and so on. And so even if you don't want to do the job, still, I will remind you through demonstrating to the world that I did my job best to my abilities, more than what human could do, to prove that Slovenia continued to be something that started against me during Yugoslavia and does not follow the regulations, laws, constitution, that is completely uncivilized country, barbarism, based on lies, extermination procedure that just doesn't know how to go back to Belgrade and so on. It's no problem. This is no problem. You have to admit at United Nations what you did, and the rest of it, it's up to you. It's going to be easier for you. But I will not let you go through like this. You want to go to Belgrade? Sure. Explain the world that that's what you want to do. Go to United Nations and tell United Nations that you want to join the Belgrade, and it's no problem. And make sure that you admit the stuff you did. Because even if this would go under Yugoslavia, I would not allow you to be. I mean, to make myself clear, I don't care.
Ker je pač prišel do enega takega konflikta, med zakonom, ne med vami, pa med mami, ampak zakonsko gledano.
Zdaj ta dogodek, ki se je zgodil v mesecu.
Tu je 92 let star človek.
Ne moramo pa iti skozi vse. Žal ne.
Napečnik said, we cannot put all this stuff on the complaint. I feel sorry. And I continue to talk. This is a 92-year-old man.
Ki je več kot 2 leti zdaj hospitaliziran.
Who is over 2 years now hospitalized. I just disregard him like he's not there no more. So you can see how far we are from the signature, no?
Utrpel je možgansko kap po scenariju MK Ultra končno leta 2022.
He, based on MK Ultra, he suffered brain stroke based on MK Ultra procedure in 2022. Yes, of course, because they dumped him on a surgery to what they claimed was to save his life. Once I have departed to Poland in 2018, and they have hijacked me from Poland and delivered me to Slovenia to even talk with the surgeon who did surgery on the father, brain surgery on the father. Novo Mesto police investigators did so.
Nahaja se v domu za starejše občane v Šmihelu, kjer sem...
So Napečnik talks to me, I don't know what he is talking to me. I am looking at him at that point. He is talking to me, Boštjan, blah, 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 and I continue to do the report. He is at the home for elderly people in Šmihel. Calmly, I continue to do report.
Identificiral nisem že čisto vsako osebo noter, preko postopka NT-ultre.
Ali bo zgrbilo?
Kjer sem identificiral nisem že čisto vsako osebo noter.
I explain Napečnik and Stefanić that many people I identified from home for elderly people as soon as I came. That is a video that he can go and see it based on MK Ultra scenario, so this must not be imagination or something like that. I warned the two, basically, that this is not imagination or anything like this, and I continue to do the report. Remember when it all started and Stefanić just went blah, 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 blah about a previous meeting and how he did investigation findings that had nothing to do with the reality. I have to make it up for that stuff by getting the best out of it to make the sense of the visit this day. I have to bring something home. In other words, the case must progress forward, must not stall, it must progress forward. I didn't come to listen the stuff that was not done, basically, and be humiliated, laugh in my face. I came over there for work, and the rest I'm not interested. Let's go with the complaint forward.
Preko postopka NT-ultre.
Ali bo zgrbilo?
And Napečnik continues to interrupt, basically, with nonsense statements.
Upal sem, da na tega ne boste vprašali. Zaradi tega tudi moj noter. Preko postopka NT-ultre.
Ali bo zgrbilo?
Sem že čisto vsako osebo noter. Preko postopka NT-ultre.
Ali bo zgrbilo?
I think that he asked me if it's better to be in there than practically be dead. Talking about Napečnik. And I said to him, I was hoping that you are not going to ask me this question. I'm not sure though. I will switch the microphone at this point in time to hear basically exactly what he stated, because I say to him, I was hoping, that you're not going to ask me this question, because they insisted on my father to let him go, to let him loose, and I don't do this. I don't leave my father behind. I don't know, but these people have a very wrong idea about me, so let me hear what he stated. He actually asked me if they take good care of my father. He did not ask me. About if my father would not be better off dead. I apologize. He did not ask me that, and I was angry about that. Naturally, about that issue. It's insane question. Truly is insane. Completely insane question. When I consider that I want to get my father at home, my father doesn't want to be there. My father didn't want to go there. I explained the situation about my father already on my blog. It's just another issue. I'm not going to get into it. We did talk about that stuff, but this is completely insane question, and designed to provocate. I mean, you have to be truly out of your fucking mind when somebody's saying to you that the crime was done to his father, they caused him a stroke, they got him inside for the purposes of torture to ask him if they are taking a good care of him. You are fucking crazy, I mean. And that's what he asked me. He asked me if they take care good of him, if they take good care of him. I say, I was hoping you're not going to ask me that question, but I continue.
Upal sem, da me tega ne boste vprašali. Zaradi tega tudi moj oče. Kako bi se vi počutil?
I says, because I was hoping you're not going to ask me this question, because this is my father. How would you feel?
Če bi vašega očeta tempali.
Should be if they would kill your father, almost. Basically, if they would kill your, brain kill, destroy your father. How would you feel about that?
Veste, kaj je možganska kapa?
Do you know what the brain stroke is? I asked him a question.
In hočeš to stvar narediti nekomu, ki je čez 90 let star. Ta človek ima zelo majhne možnosti, da se bo nazaj rehabilitiral.
And you did this to an individual. I'm talking about the police department who was 90 years old. The chances that he will rehabilitate and come back to life are very slender.
Skrbijo za njega pač policiji ustrezno.
They take care of my father. Napečnik moves the chair over there. They take care of my father as it fits police best. This is my answer. As it fits to police the best. Let me just make sure that... Okay, you can hear me, definitely. Okay, good. So Napečnik says we're going to close the procedure. The both want to close the procedure.
Tako da ga imajo v uporabi, ker se gre mojih obiskov. Tudi same pomoči očetu, katera je zelo potrebna, se pravi izvajanja fizičnih vaj, katere je policija z mano izvajala.
I further explain so that police is using my father the way it fits best to the police in respect to the exercise, physical exercise with my father, which police also exercised in front of me during MK Ultra. Yeah, I mean, the spine injury they have created me, they used my father to fortify that injury, absolutely. Therefore, using my father to create an incident at home for elderly people, my father acted according to MK Ultra instructions all the way.
Izvajanja fizičnih vaj, katere je policija z mano izvajala s tem, da so mi že naredili ponavljajočo se hernijo na moji hrbtenici na tem postopku.
I am very specific at the police station with the Stefanić and Napečnik, and I explained them it was the police who during MK Ultra procedure have repeatedly caused me a hernia damage. They herniated my disc repeatedly, and next to using my father based on MK Ultra torture to get some kind of reaction from me that would justify this, police also use me to instruct me, use me to keep my father alive, to keep reviving him during his what would become lengthy stay at the hospital. You have a herniated disc, and you go over there and you lift your father to keep him alive, and father does, based on instruction of the police. Very important for me to mention. We continue with MK Ultra complaint.
MK Ultra. Hrbtenica je bila zlomljena, moja hrbtenica med postopkom MK Ultra, tam kolega 90.
My spine was broken in about 1990 during through MK Ultra procedure. 91, 92, something like that. Previous trainer Canić, Goras Canić is his name. They were using him to do just so. This was the only boxing trainer in city of the Novo Mesto.
Jaz bi predlagal, da zaključimo danes to zadevo.
Lepo prosim, da še napiše, kaj je par povih stvari tukaj.
Stefanić states, I would suggest for us to close the procedure. Roughly at this point, we are barely 2 hours at this meeting, not even 2 hours, I think, and the two gentlemen no longer can stand the meeting with me. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour 27 minutes into meeting with these people, and it's not even 1 hour 27 minutes into meeting with these people, because I was waiting at the lobby before the two would take care of me. You can deduct another 10 minutes from it. These people have an enormous problem continuing the so-called mediation, reconciliation procedure with me. Somebody is out of the touch with reality, but obviously this is not me. I am, for the same purpose, on November the 25th, 2024 at the police station, as I was on June the 21st, 2024. So the same thing as on June 21st, July 19, the same thing, for the same purpose, the same thing I continue to engage in on November the 25th, I should say October the 25th of 2024. So obviously here that somebody is out of touch with reality, but this is not I. Now, I don't have the power to force police officers to do their work, or to, not do their work, comply with the law, comply with their duties. I don't have this kind of power, but like I stated them earlier, my weapon is a smartphone, the audio recording that goes to the world so that people can hear our interaction. This is my weapon. They have the power to write, to do whatever they want to do. There is no way for me to force the police officers to perform their work. But on the other hand, I have the power of the audio recording, which I am using further to demonstrate about what this is all about. Talking about the TANJA FAJON, talking about the London, Buckingham Palace, Berlin, Brussels, Strasbourg, Washington, D.C., U.S. Justice Department of State, Department of Civil Rights Division. This is what we are talking about. We're talking about American taxpayers paying for this crime to go on and on and on and on. That's what we are talking about.
Mislim pač omenil tole vojaško sodišče, veste.
Listen, it would have been easier for you to shoot me to get me killed. Much easier. You know, the Russians in Yugoslavia, they destroy you faster. They got you killed faster. In Russia, Soviet Union, they used to send people in gulags, Siberia and so on. They make them disappear. Or they killed them, they eliminated them. News didn't come out. The threats, intimidations done to me during MK Ultra, they have no effect here. I will not explain to you this magic behind this stuff, but I'm at work. I do the work, basically. This is what I do. And at this point in time, when I consider progress of my work, the way I do the job, I am extremely satisfied. You don't have to sign it. I mean, you don't have to do the work. You're not obligated to do the work. You can do whichever way you want to do. You can even write in the report whatever you want to write. This is entirely up to you, but I go my way. The purpose I started on June 21st is what I continue on October the 25th with Stefanić, with NAPEČNIK. We continue to go on. That's it. This is just the way it is. So I don't know how good this is or is bad for the European Union or is bad for the US. I really do not know, and I really don't give a fuck.
Ne pravica do dela, do socialne, kakršnekoli pomoči, oziroma
I am going to say to you something that Slovenia, fuck you all. Slovenia destroyed you. Slovenia destroyed the entire European Union and United States of America. And the longer this case is going to go on, the worse it's going to be. If you don't understand that I'm talking about the Slovenian politicians making deal with your American politicians, with my being also US citizen, naturalized citizen, since 2000, you're missing something. Shit that started here, shit to which Slovenian side agree, American and German and British and French and Italian and Spanish and Scandinavian side agree to it, is guess what's going to happen? The shit that's going to happen to you. When shit is going to happen to you, you too are not going to have a place to run. Whatever they're going to do to you, you are not going to have anybody in this world you're going to complain to. They trade like a bananas with this kind of issues. Genocide is a very good business. Hush the truth is a good business. This is a good money. This is the best paid money in the world. You didn't know that? It's the best one in the world. Slovenia fucked the whole world up. So, I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm good. I have no intention to stop it with this stuff because there's so much more important stuff that I have to stress to these people. My job is to put the two people in the real world. These two individuals, criminals, I'm going to say, are completely detached from reality and they are in their la-la land.
Jaz mislim pač omenil tole vojaško sodišče, veste. Ne pravica do dela.
I play with it too. I keep playing with it too, guys, you know. They are so funny. I say, you know, and as I mentioned, this military court, no, the two start, no, and I continue. And I continue in their face, keep writing, no right to employment. My job is to put the two babies into the real world because these two guys are in La La Land and I don't have a time for the La La Land. And I all do this very politely. I tell them, keep writing. I say, please also write it down. Since I had mentioned the military court and so on, and the NAPEČNIK start to protest, no.
Ne pravica do...
I not write this or whatever he says. I don't know what he says. I just continue. As they protest, I continue with my work and I say no right to employment.
Pravica do dela, do socialne, kakršnekoli pomoči.
No right to the social support of any kind.
V mojem življenju letu.
Throughout my lifetime.
December sta 53 let.
On December, I'm going to be 53 years old.
Mislim, da v Sloveniji nisem več zaslužil po enih, ne vem.
Torej stavo bo še dalo noter.
Morda 5-6 tisoč evrov v življenju.
I probably throughout my lifetime did not earn more in Slovenia than 5,000-6,000 euros. And the two guys start to protest. They don't want to write anything about this stuff, yeah? They were thinking that I will be visiting the police station and talk to them about the telepathy. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested to talk about the telepathy. I got other work to do.
Samo trenutek, prosim. Vi mene ne razumete. Dal sem vam urgence. Od tistega dne, ki sem tukaj prišel, z vami se srečati leta 2024, se nihče pri meni ne ustavil vprašal, kako sem, kaj je potrebno, takoj. V vsaki civilizirani državi bi imel policista, policijo na roko, ne vem.
Torej stavo bo še dalo noter.
Morda 5-6 tisoč evrov v življenju.
To te poslušal zdaj?
She says to me, are you going to listen to me after I mentioned 5,000-6,000 euros in my lifetime that I earn in Slovenia? And he says, are you going to listen to me now? I said, just a moment, please. I said to him, you don't understand me.
Dal sem vam urgence. Dal sem vam urgence. Od tistega dne, ki sem tukaj prišel, z vami se srečati leta 2024, se nihče pri meni ne ustavil vprašal, kako sem, kaj je potrebno, takoj.
When I meet you, and I'm talking to the Stefanić, ANDREJ Stefanić, in 2024, when I met you, there was not a police officer, not a single police officer, anyone that would stop by at my place and ask, how am I doing? Meaning that I did explain Stefanić on July 19, 2024 about this stuff, about unemployment, my life, and so on. And I say to him, nobody stopped, not a police officer, nobody stopped at my place to ask how I'm doing.
V vsaki civilizirani državi bi imel policista, policijo na roko tisti dan, ki se namenja postopek NPO.
In every civilized country there is, the same day I mentioned the procedure MK Ultra, I would have a police officer, social worker, whatever, that would immediately come to the rescue to assist.
Še posebej, ko gre za eno tako spletno stran, kot je moja, kjer sem celo moral da dokazal krivdi, zato da sem to zadevo dokazal.
Especially when concerning a website like it's mine, my blog, where there are so numerous proofs listed, and I had to even obtain to prove my case.
Realno. Namesto tega so se pa moral še naprej ubadati. Za uničenjem stvari, za nepravico do kakršnekoli socialne.
Instead of this, I had to cope with further destruction of personal belongings, with no right to any kind of assistance, government assistance,
Do zdravstvene pomoči.
all the way to medical assistance. Stefanić doesn't want to listen. Stefanić is protesting.
A vidite zakaj?
Stefanić has a paperwork in hand. He is smashing the paperwork on the table in front of me. We will sign the paperwork, he says.
Omenil ste predhodno, da snemo pogovor.
I asked Stefanić, do you see, you mentioned earlier to me that I am recording the conversation.
A zdaj vidite zakaj to potrebno.
I asked him, do you understand now why that is necessary?
Zato, ker vaše sodišče je vojaško sodišče.
Pa jaz mislim, da sodnik tukaj pomeni, ti sodnica pa gospodin porotnik.
Direktno.
I say to him, because your court is a military court here. And he says, I am not a judge and so on. I said, I know.
Direktno niste.
You are not directly the judge.
Zastopate interese vaših bivših direktorjev.
You are representing, however, the interests of your previous directors.
Vodstvo policije in kot samega notranjega ministrstva iz Ljubljane.
Leadership, administration of the police, as well as the Ljubljana Ministry of Interior.
Jaz pa moram te stvari nasiti, zato da je svet seznanjen za to državo Slovenijo, zakaj se tukaj gre.
And it is up to me to make sure that the world is acquainted about your procedures in Slovenia, how it all goes.
Vi nadaljujete z vojaškim sodiščem, katerega je proti meni sprožil Josip Broz Tito.
You continue to implement a military court which was triggered against me by Josip Broz Tito.
In tu je bil pred letom starosti ANDREJ.
And this before I was 1 year of age.
Zato moram te stvari omeniti. To je pač moja... Moram te stvari omeniti.
Stefanić keep hitting the stuff that you hear, pluck, pluck, pluck. He keeps hitting the paperwork or whatever against the table. So he keep making noise and interrupting and so on. And this is stuff they were doing all along. Not very professional. Contrary to me, I never did stuff like that.
Jaz svojega očeta ne bom gledal, kako bo tam crkno, s tem, da se ne bo niti vedelo, kdo je te stvari naredil, kako so te stvari, tudi gre za umor človeka, 92 let starega.
I am not going to stand by and watch my father getting murdered. This is about 92-year-old man.
Gre tudi za traje življenje, jaz sem 53 let skoraj star.
It's also about the theft of life. I am 53 years of age.
Vam se pa nikakor ne moti.
And you are in no hurry.
Pod zelo dvomljivimi, kar se gre mene, zdravstvenimi okoliščinami.
Under extremely suspicious, doubtful, for me, health circumstances.
Da ste sami naglaševali, vi ste s tem seznanjeni, vsi so s tem seznanjeni.
You, Mr. Stefanić, were extremely acquainted with my health, with absolutely everything that went on during MK Ultra. Everybody was. I need to add something to Napečnik. Napečnik expressed complete disdain for the life of my father through the question based on MK Ultra pertaining to when he stated if they take care of good of him. The same like Miran Sudin, who said, keep writing, it will be nothing, keep writing, is what Napečnik told me during MK Ultra. You will mention the father, and the only thing I am going to ask you is if they are taking good care of him. And explain me that my father, they will never save him, that he will die inside. This was one of the most sadistic criminal people involved in MK Ultra. Sadist. Completely indifferent from Miran Sudin. The same shit. You understand? The same shit. Express complete disdain, disregard for the value of my father's life. Promise me he's dead, basically. So, very nice. Very acquainted with what was done to my father. Involved in it. I just identify him right now.
Imam tukaj problem. Na tej bezgalki tukaj na desni strani. Zakaj podlašate? Zakaj zavračujete? Zakaj se prav...
I mentioned him the problem they were playing with. Stefanić personally was involved in this stuff. It's about the lymph node on my on this side, on my right side, that is always inflamed. You don't see it now because my face got round. I gained kilos, and so you don't see it. But yeah, it hurts. But so what? I asked Stefanić, why do you deliberately postpone? Why do you deliberately continue to delay this? Why you do this? Stefanić accented during MK Ultra a sadism in respect to my complaint, that he will deliberately delay and delay and delay and delay and delay and delay, and was making fun of me during MK Ultra. Based on MK Ultra, they were doing this stuff to me, how I will not get the sleep and so on and so forth, how I will suffer and so on. If he doubted I'm going to even make it to meet him at Novo Mesto police station. Fantastic.
Policija naprej ignorira te stvari po jugoslovansko. To je moje vprašanje.
Why do you continue to act like this, like a Yugoslavs? Why do you continue to engage basically in genocide like a Yugoslavs? Why do you do this, I ask? Stefanić explained all about the delay, Ministry of Interior delay invitations, deliberate delay, that it would take a long time before you would say, come to the police station. Look, I met with the Stefanić on July 19, right? July, August, September, October. That's basically 4 months. It took 4 months from meeting Stefanić to meet with the Stefanić and NAPEČNIK. Then I sent complaint out to the Slovenian agencies also, European institutions such as European Commission, I don't know, all these European commissions, United Nations, US Justice Department, etc., International Criminal Court. It was November 11, and again, you're talking about November, December, January, February, March, 5 months. Again, you talk about 5 months for me to receive the letter, the response on April the 10th from SONJA BREZNIK, from Ministry of Interior, from Office of Special Prosecutor for officials with special authorization, investigation and prosecution of officials with a special authorization. What the fuck is this? What kind of fuck is that? Fuck is that? And what? And MK Ultra is a telepathy. Really? And I'm 53 years old with this kind of circumstances, and you're in no hurry. I completely understand that you're in no hurry, but this also goes to explain the agreement you have made with the Slovenian side, or maybe even that you pay to Slovenian side to do this for you. It is nowhere written. There is absolutely I have absolutely no proof that it was TANJA FAJON who asked you. It could be that you had TANJA FAJON ask in front of me, you, to make me believe that she was asking you, and not that you are asking her in front of me, so that would make me believe that this stuff is going against me here from Slovenia. There is no proof. I have absolutely no proof. The biggest proof is that you were all on the same page, and that makes the whole thing questionable who and what you are, beasts in London, Berlin, Washington, D.C. That goes to demonstrates who you really are, what you really are, what you are all about, your intentions.
Zakaj te stvari povzroča? Ubijate celo družino. Mene ste pa v bistvu zbrisal 53 let.
I ask, why do you do these things? You kill entire family and you deleted me completely from the picture. I am 53 years old. This is what I do. I continue to ask them these questions.
Zakaj te stvari nadaljujete?
Why do you continue with these things?
Kaj nadaljujete se Kučanovo politiko? Da je politika Milana Kučana, katerega je Josip Broz Tito dodelil temu primeru od mojega rojstva.
You enforce the politic of Milan Kučan, who inherited the case from Josip Broz Tito, which goes to practically my birth. And Stefanić is not happy about it. He goes, Boštjan. I said, please, go on, Mr. Stefanić, continue.
Ja. Vem, da vi niste, jaz vas zastopam. Stopite, minutko 25 stopite.
He says to me, we are not here a military court, this is not what we are here, and so on. I said, yes, of course, I know that you are not. He said, let me speak. We are not extended hand of the military court. Josip Broz Tito, not the Milan Kučan, not the Janez Janša, Director Igor Juršić. My name is ANDREJ Štefanić and I serve to the police.
Naloga policije pa da varuje, brani, ščiti svoje državljane, zato sem tukaj danes.
And the job of the police is to protect its citizens, and this is why I am here. And I say, and he said, whatever it was before, I don't know what went on in your life previously. There is no way I can know. I said yes. I apologize, but I cannot know. Why the fuck would you apologize if you don't know? If you consider that there was injustice done to you from the side of the state, any state branch of the government, you have the right to press the criminal charges against one. I said yes. If you don't trust the Novo Mesto police, you go to the local district attorney, state attorney, prosecutor, and you submit the criminal complaint. The state prosecutors are a branch above the police, and they do direct the police. You can tell them absolutely everything about your life, and then the chief of the Novo Mesto court will judge if this is this. He says to me, no, you're free to go. If you don't trust the police, you can go. You go to the state prosecutor. State prosecutor is above the police. State prosecutor controls the police. They direct the police. And I say, that's exactly right. If you don't trust us, then you go to the state prosecutor and they will write in the same way as we did right now. You will explain them in exactly the same way as you have explained to me on July 19, 2024. You bring all the documentation, everything that you consider is important.
lahko boste predložili, oziroma če ne boste imeli, vam bodo oni skopirali in bodo se zraven. Potem bodo oni sicer pa bodo videli, ali bodo uvedli karkoli proti.
They will make photocopies of everything, whether it is against Milan Kučan or Igor Juršić or whoever against whoever. I must tell you that this portion of MK Ultra brainwash was involved in MK Ultra with Stefanić explaining at the police station all about how you're going to go to the state prosecutor. This is what they were laughing at me, entire Novo Mesto police station. And this was also his speech to me. You can go and you can complain against Milan Kučan and Igor Juršić. And they were asking me, Zajšek, all of them, all the police officers, they were asking him, what do you think? Repeatedly, they were asking me with the psychiatrist caption. You go to the state prosecutor, you say Milan Kučan, you say Igor Juršić, and what do you think they're going to do? They're going to be laughing at you. And what's going to happen? Psychiatry. This is where they go and they collect all your proofs from you, etc., etc. This is what went on with Stefanić during MK Ultra and upon my meeting in Novo Mesto station, you see. So this was the meeting between me, Stefanić, Napečnik, who came from Ministry of Interior, whatever the fuck that is, investigation for the police, whatever. And this is what's supposed to make me feel good about his presence and so on. So MK Ultra is a telepathy. Go to the Ministry of Interior. I'm going to copy this stuff so that I can have this as evidence of me being completely satisfied with the assistance of the police. Practically, this was the last step in chain based on MK Ultra. I know that our conversation at the police station is finished at this point in time. This is the time to just acknowledge in writing the stuff. However, this does not correspond to police work. Police work absolutely was not done. It was falsification of hardcore evidence such as video recordings, evidence, and this is basically what we have going on. So
Janeza Janše, Igorja Juršića, kogarkoli. Jaz sem tukaj Andrej Štefanič in služim policiji. Nisem nobena podaljšana roka.
Vem, da vi niste, jaz vas zastojim.
So we're gonna save this recording because this should be interesting. This is interesting stuff.
Ja.
Jaz nisem nobena podaljšana roka.
We're gonna export this and then we're gonna continue with this. Minutes 1:30. I am told to go to state prosecutor if I am told to go to state prosecutor if I don't trust to Novo Mesto police. Actually, if I don't trust police, there you go. We're gonna do this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, not a trace of what Let me see if I can get her. Her name is SONJA BREZNIK. Not a trace about what SONJA BREZNIK claimed was that I agreed with anything. Clearly, I did not agree with anything, and I maintained throughout my stay at the Novo Mesto police station on October the 25th of 2024, maintained that I do not absolutely agree with anything. Now, did I sign the document? Yes, I signed the document. Did the police officers enter all the details? They have refused to enter all the details. They have refused to investigate, and there were therefore no reason for me to absolutely agree with anything, because everything that happened to me on October the 25th with Stefanić and Napecnik was crime. Everything was crime. The meeting was crime, and the whole meeting was based on bullying, on harassment, in fact, intimidation, which involved, based on MK Ultra, also death threats, me being arrested for not signing the document, and to further agree to wait even based on MK Ultra scenario on dopis, basically a letter from Napečnik from Ljubljana. So no, there was no such thing that I had anything I would agree. Nobody agree with absolutely anything. But you don't agree with absolutely anything. Do you know what is it when you don't agree with absolutely anything and they write that you agree with it? It's stated here, due to improper procedure, police complaint procedure, during which ANDREJ, Stefanić, TOMAZ, Napečnik came to the unreal conclusions. During procedure itself, the two would terrorize him and even wish to physically confront one. Through fear, make the reading of the letter the impossible. The procedure itself was finished very quickly, so that I did not even have the right to give, to implement, to complement, to enter other important issues into it. This is completely true. None of the stuff that I stated about my father, about the crime, about all this stuff that continue to go on, they did not want to enter in it. They talk about the term that I have to allow to complain, 45 days. The MK Ultra, they substituted MK Ultra with telepathically directing me, that I claim that they telepathically directed me. This is MK Ultra is now telepathic. They claim that it's also written that that I was talking about the nonsense, stupidities. I agreed with the procedure. I agreed with the procedure and signed it. They refer to complaint, genocide complaint based on MK Ultra. They refer to one as reconciliation. The complaint against genocide based on MK Ultra, it's known as reconciliation. This is what they call mediation reconciliation. They reclassify one. I did not explain, is what is claimed, what MK Ultra is. I don't know nothing about what the MK Ultra is. So, lie atop of the lie, atop of the lie, atop of the lie. And this is the letter that pertained to the meeting with Stefanić NAPEČNIK, which was sent to me by SONJA BREZNIK from Specialized State Prosecution Department, Department for Investigation and Prosecution of public officials with special authorizations. So this is what this shit is. TANJA, FAJON, MILAN, KUČAN, all the way to Washington, D.C., Brussels, Strasbourg, London, more than anyone else. Very, very, very sad. Yet this is basically what we have going on. This is exactly what we have going on. So I don't know what else I possibly could do to make these people understand that calling them a military court, comparing them to the Joseph Stalin, is obviously disagreeing with absolutely everything when you don't even present me a videotapes and I acknowledge that everything you stated in respect to your investigation is a lie. What else the fuck can I thank you for? But I thank you anyways. And I even go to sign it. Contrary to my statement, I already recall this stuff. Contrary to the statement, now I'm gonna have this filled down. Contrary to what I stated, but what I will use as a criminal evidence against NAPEČNIK and Stefanić personally. You can see that in every public document, pages are numbered, 1 of 3. Do you see it? This is the letter, for instance, that was sent to me by SONJA BREZNIK, the one I demonstrated you. Do you see it? Every page is numbered, everything is numbered. Yes? Law obligates you to do so. Also, if you do the police reports. Contrary to what I stated, ANDREJ Stefanić violated the law by not writing on the pages, which pages, mark the pages, write on the pages the stuff, and have basically forced me to review the stuff by myself in front of him. From what I recall, we yet have to come to this part. This is how they proved the schizophrenia. It was I who have written right there, page 1 of 7, and he demanded from me to sign one. This is my writing. What you see right there, I wrote that. And there is absolutely nowhere, just as you see it, he did not bother to put anything absolutely anywhere. Any numbers, anything. He created a document which he would not even number. Based on what I see here, the document is not even basically that you would put one in order and you would use the staple. Nothing. Let me just introduce you this. This is criminal evidence. It looks like this. This is all my writing here. Everything that you see. Yeah, everything that you see. And Stefanić, for whom I have stated was playing with this stuff, did this stuff so criminally with hope that he's going to prove that I am mentally ill. So therefore he demanded from me signature on every paper. He did this stuff so criminally based on MK Ultra scenario, so sophisticated, that he even knew that I will make the mistake. Everybody was making this mistake, meaning that he knew exactly when it comes to the page 6 of 7 and 5 of 7 and the transition 3, 4 to 5, 7, for which I had such a problem identifying from both sides on this number here, 6, 7, 5, 7. If you were to look this quickly, much more likely you would go and you would continue to read, consider 4, 4 of 7, 5 of 7. You would continue with this side here, like this. Let me do this like that. That's just like this. Yeah, this is why I connected as 4 and 5. First, you see here, you see the 4, and what follows is number 5. This is where I made a mistake, because it's 6 is actually number 5. That based on MK Ultra scenario, he was afraid of it. Stefanić was afraid of what I stated, because the crime was involved in MK Ultra. So that in continuation as we go along, no, I did not even bother to hear this audio again. The only thing I did was, after I mentioned it yesterday, I went to sleep and I recall all the information. I remember him at the police station, the two of us looking at one another as I was writing the number. He made me to write the number, and he knew I'm going to make a mistake between 5 and 6. He knew I'm going to make a mistake. He actually even warned me at the police station that I have wrong written 5 and 6. 5 and 6 to cover his ass. No, I did not go and fix at that time the mistake. And this is how he even covered the stuff about the crime, which, however, was involved in MK Ultra, based on MK Ultra. The transition of the page based on MK Ultra, the paperwork they assembled based on MK Ultra was assembled in such a way so that when you would read, you quickly, and I don't know how he handled this stuff to me, you would easily make mistake to mark the wrong way the pages. So we must yet get there. However, this crime was involved in it, and I remember, because the moment he was talking to me about this stuff, I recall, and immediately I recall during MK Ultra when they were playing with this paperwork. I couldn't say at the Novo Mesto police station at the time that they already have documents that they studied, the document like this, and the whole complaint is based on a previous document like this. Now, however, I do. Yes. Even this to prove as schizophrenia. Basically, these are very dangerous issues that if you don't step on one landmine, as psychiatrist Peter Kopp stated, you will step on another one. And every one of these landmine is so bad, is so severe, that it will blow you completely. Just one mistake like this, and you become certified telepathic. You're finished. Let's continue with this recording to finish this meeting of 3 hours and a half. It's not bad, between Stefanić Tomaž Napečnik, Mojca Gosenica, Krevs, and myself on October the 25th, 2024. Let's finish this off. This is how dangerous this shit is. Yes, that's exactly how dangerous this stuff is. He even alerted me that I improperly marked the pages. However, despite and because they noticed that people were making the mistakes, he proceeded to create the document that would have a capacity, and I don't know how they handed me these pages, what the fuck went on. It was his job to at least number the pages. It was his job, if not number the pages, to use the staple. As you see here, nothing is stapled. You see it? Nothing is stapled. Look at it. Look. Criminal all the fucking way. Criminal all the fucking way. Criminal all the fucking way. He doesn't know what MK Ultra is, but he will blow your head off, basically. Not leg, but head off. At any moment. Criminal, rotten criminal all the way. No staple, no shit, no fucking shit. Did not bother to put the numbers. He said he's gonna do everything by the rules the way it's supposed to be. Yes, of course, this shit is going to the state prosecutor in Slovenia, in Novo Mesto. Yes, of course I'm gonna be there. Of course I will file criminal charges against Novo Mesto police station. Good luck to me, they say, when you mention Juršić, when you mention KUČAN, when you mention all these people. Good luck. Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna be polite, just as I was with you. That's basically how I'm gonna do it. That's how we're gonna do it. That's right. That's what we are here for. It's good that you see me right there like this, and let's continue with it.
Josip Broz Tito dodelil temu primeru od mojega rojstva.
Igor Juršića.
To bi pomagal, tega nisem jaz rekel, ali pa gospodin. Tega jaz nisem rekel, pa bom povedal.
Vključimo tale zapisnik.
Ja, vi niste biti zaveden tam, kako gre. Vendar vaše glavno orožje, kaj je?
Zanima me, če se strinjate za mojega gozena. Tako da, ne vem, Josip Broz Tito je vse za sodišča. Jaz tudi ne, kolegica Mojca tudi ne. Tako da, oni sicer je pa bodo ljudi, ali bodo povedali karkoli proti. To, ko ste povedal, se bolj vam svetujem, da prenesete vso dokumentacijo, katero imate, lahko boste predložili, oziroma če ne boste vedeli, vam bodo oni skopirali, pa to se zravi. Potem bodo oni sicer je pa bodo ljudi, ali bodo povedali karkoli proti. Ali kakšno bivšemu direktorju, ali zopet Milana KUČANA, ali zopet Igorja Juršića, ali zopet kogarkoli drugega teh postopkov.
Bil ste zelo, imate še tehnik, da dal?
Sem zelo to pripovedal šel.
Kaj dajte, jaz vam dam, to je pa strno tehnik.
To je to, če ne zaupam, ne vem, jaz Tomaž Napečnik, danes se prvi življenje, če se ne bodo srečali, so vse kdaj.
He repeats to me that if I don't trust them and so on and so forth, is what he claims to me. If I don't trust them. And he says it's the first time we met with Tomaž Napečnik. We never met in life before. He said that he never met Napečnik before in his life, or maybe he is trying to say that I never met Napečnik in my life.
Ne vem, če deluje po sistemu vojaškega sodišča.
I don't know if Tomaž Napečnik works based on military court. Let me hear this again.
To, če ne zaupam, ne vem, jaz Tomaž Napečnik, danes se prvi življenje, če se ne bodo srečali, so vse kdaj.
He first time met Tomaž Napečnik in the lifetime. He met him first time. This is what he claims.
Ne vem, če deluje po sistemu vojaškega sodišča.
He doesn't know if Tomaž Napečnik works based on the military court. I also do not work based on military court, is what Stefanić claims. MOJCA also doesn't work based on military court. Josip Broz Tito died when I was just 4 years of age.
Yeah.
And say, really? He says, I didn't know this man. Really? Fuck, man. What the fuck you don't tell me? Really, Stefanić? You did not know Josip Broz Tito? How is that, man? This kind of stuff was just a trademark of Stefanić, basically. This is not how you want to talk to the person that comes to the police station to make this kind of criminal case. But on the other hand, you can continue to act in front of one as if individual is mentally ill. I, however, warn you that if you treat individual as mentally ill, this is about, it doesn't get any worse crime than that. This is worse than if you kill somebody. Especially if you're wasting 53 years of life. I mean, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Learn about one in the school, but it seems like he didn't meet one. Really? Who the fuck are you to meet Josip Broz Tito? Come on, man. You were 4 years of age when he died. What the fuck are you talking about, man? He keeps repeating that he never met Josip Broz Tito, that he only learned about one in the school. He died when he was 4 years of old. The independence came. He asked me if I agree. He asked me what? Hold on. He asked me if I agree with his conclusions. And I stop him. I don't even allow him to say. Now the things are like this, I explain.
Ja, vi ste policija, ki še vedno...
Do you hear what the fuck the guy is doing with the paper? That he keeps slamming the paperwork against the table? I mean, that's not probably the stuff you want to do, but if you're lying to somebody in the face and you're accusing him basically of being mentally ill and you're trying to make yourself smart in one-on-one by making statements like he made in my face, that's truly, truly derogatory. I mean, disgusting.
Nadaljuje, kot sem predhodno omenil, z postopki, ki so popolnoma nelegalni, kriminalni.
I explained him that you as a police station, just as I previously stated, continue to enforce criminal, illegal procedures which are based on MK Ultra. Against me, I tell him I can go to the state prosecutor. I know what my rights are. I can do this. However, your main weaponry that you police manipulate with is a psychiatry.
Vaše glavno orožje, s katerim vi razpolagate, je onemogočenje finančnih sredstev.
Your main weapon you manipulate with is disallow an individual to obtain financial means. He says, but I don't have overview of this stuff. I said, no, I didn't say that you stated this. I just said that this is whom you overview. This is your main weaponry, a psychiatry and financial circle. That's basically employment, social support, that kind of stuff. I did not address you directly.
kot vi, kot posameznik, vi niste tukaj zato, da bi ali pa gospod recimo Napečnik, da ni tukaj zato, da bi pomagali.
I didn't say that either of you, Mr. Stefanić or Mr. Napečnik, are not here to help me out. Or the lady, let's say. I never stated this, I said. Do you agree with findings? I said, print it out and I will tell you. I ask him, I say, what can I get out of all this?
Da bodo slišali vašo besedo, oziroma vašo tole, da boste imeli za sebe, svoj izvod, ki boste bili preštudiral, tako da ste izvodom na državno tožilstvo. Enega bo dobil gospod Napečnik, katerega bi mislil se bolj Ljubljana, na sektor za pritožbe za policijo, ker ga bodo dodatno pregledali in še se malo asocirali in če bo potreba, bodo vedeli kakšen koli postopek.
There we go. I was 100% about this part. One of the copies will also be taken to Ljubljana by Mr. Napečnik, and it is exactly what I told you. There you go. What Napečnik was brainwashing me when he said that I have to sign the procedure, that he will take this to Ljubljana, there is nothing he will be capable to do for me over there, but once he gets into Ljubljana, when he's not going to be under the pressure, surveillance, he will do his part. Stefanić here states to me, you will get the copy of the report, all this, and one will be furnished to Napečnik, who will take one to Ljubljana, to his department, and perhaps they are going to take also some steps in addition to this. Yeah, you can get the signature like this from absolutely anybody. There is absolutely nobody that would not go and give you a signature. So we can say I won this case all the way, completely, including the signature, everything. Let's go.
Državno tožilstvo, enega bo dobil gospod Napečnik, katerega bi mislil se bolj Ljubljana, na sektor za pritožbe za policijo, ker ga bodo dodatno pregledali in še se malo asocirali in če bo potreba, bodo vedeli kakšen koli postopek.
This is the sector for complaints against police Napečnik is working for, and Napečnik, he stated for his department, they will go over this complaint procedure and perhaps they will take or implement some actions of their own if they feel it's necessary. We are going to save this file as Stefanić claims Napečnik will take a report with him to his sector Ljubljana to examine one further and possibly file complaint if they feel whatever. I must say that I was inside of that sector. I met the supervisor of Napečnik. I can describe also this guy, what he looks like. I was in this sector, in this building with these people. They also had me there. Now when I heard this, I can tell you that on multiple occasions they had me inside in there. However, this individual told me they will absolutely do nothing. I was there together with the Golobic, with Gregor Golob, Milan KUČAN. I only wish I knew that before, but still I wouldn't do any different. There's nothing different you could do. I mean,
No, pravi, ne?
Ja, jaz se strinjam. Torej, ne pride, če greš kot vednik.
Jaz sem preiskaval policijo, ker je priložnost. Specializirano državno tožilstvo, tako dejansko
Šel na policijsko postajo, ni bil zagrenit.
dela delo. Še boljša stvar, specializirano državno tožilstvo, tako. To so pa še, to je pa posebna una noter, ki dejansko nadzira delo policije in
let me do this stuff again. I don't know. I don't know if I did this properly. I really don't know. Let's do it like this. Fuck this. Let's do this stuff. I am gonna have to go over that stuff.
še se malo
Kar je, ne boste nič preiskali okoli, vse kar je v bistvu.
Ja,
Ker tukaj je policijska enota, vendar na teh stvari ne znate izgubiti.
pregledali in še se malo secirali in če bo potreba, bodo vedeli kakšen koli dostop.
Okay, so I just need to save this stuff. Truly, I need to do this. I don't have so much time that I would go and do this twice, whatever. Just need to do this. I continue to express dissatisfaction, asking questions about if this is all there is. They're not going to take any other procedures in respect to my case to protect my rights. Let's continue with this.
To izvolj, če bo potreba.
Katere bi sicer bilo policije, bi pričakovali. Vendar na teh stvari ne pride, če greš kot vednik.
To je pač policijo, ker bodo dodatno pregledali in še se malo secirali in če bo potreba, bodo vedeli kakšen koli dostop.
Bil je vse kar je v bistvu.
Ja.
To je celotna zadeva, kar je. Ne boste nič preiskali okoliščin, če se okoli oziroma...
Jaz sem preiskaval...
Tukaj je policijska enota, tu so stvari, katere bi sicer bilo policije, bi pričakovali. Vendar na teh stvari ne pride, če greš kot vednik.
I am very dissatisfied. I express complete dissatisfaction by asking them, so that's all there is.
Za pritožbe za pač policijo, ker bodo dodatno pregledali in še se malo secirali in če bo potreba, bodo vedeli kakšen koli dostop.
That NAPEČNIK is going to take this also to Ljubljana. They are going to examine a department for police compliance, whatever that is. Let me demonstrate you again who this guy is working for. This guy is working for police officer equivalent in civil clothing, Directorate for Police and Other Security Tasks. That's all there is. Sector for Complaints Against the Police, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Directorate for Police and Other Security Tasks. There you go. And you also have ANDREJ Stefanić, which is this one here. Uniformed police officer from Novo Mesto Station, head of the organizational unit Reporter, a deputy chief of police, inspector specialist 2. And then you have also the writer, MOJCA GOSENICA, the girl who was writing the report right there. Co-worker of Božičnik. C is missing right here. We're gonna do it like this. So there you go. That's what this is. So I say that's all there is to it.
Ja.
Yes, that's all there is. Stefanić says. You're not going to investigate other circumstances.
Jaz sem preiskaval...
Tukaj je policijska enota, tu so stvari, katere bi sicer bilo policije, bi pričakovali. Vendar na teh stvari ne pride, če greš kot vednikov, ne, če greš spet da izgubiti. Ja. Kar povedi?
Jaz sam ne morem preiskovati policijske moče, ne?
He says this is a police station. I myself cannot go and investigate the police station. He keeps slamming the paperwork against the table. Do you hear how he's slamming the paperwork against the table? He keeps slamming the paperwork against the table, man. He is getting louder and louder with that slamming of the paperwork against the table. He is accenting his impatience, obviously. It says right here that the two did not threaten, that everything was normal, that everything was okay. It says right there, no? It says right here, among the procedure, they would try to scare him, physically confront one, that through the fear they would make the reading of the writing the thing impossible. I was not even allowed to complete the complaint. The circumstances I demanded to be entered on the complaint were not even entered on the complaint. What the fuck? The gentleman was in a hurry to go to Ljubljana, so you can imagine the interest that he expressed in my complaint.
Pa jaz ne morem preiskovati policijske uprave, če se ne policijske uprave. Ne? Torej,
he gets really loud now. He cannot investigate the police administration since he is from the police administration, is what he's saying. So, why is he there? If he cannot investigate this, why the fuck is he there?
Začetek. Ker bo vsi ga še kaj popravili, ne? Ali gospod pa mačo pripravili? Torej, enega podosti začetek. Ker bo vsi ga še kaj popravili, ne? Ali gospod pa mačo priložnost? On je ima, jaz te pa nimam, ker on je drug organ v policiji. Ampak, so se prihodili?
Kako je specializiran državno službo?
No, tako, evo.
Directly have Stefanić stated right here, right there. Let me repeat. Hoppa. It's not good. Let's do it again. Directly. Completely directly, now Stefanić stated to me following. One printout for beginning, please. Therefore, print out of the document, because Stefanić, based on MK Ultra brainwash, continues. Based on MK Ultra brainwash, Stefanić states to me, because I will fix the document. There must be something still that needs to be fixed on the document. We will only one printout, please, because we will still fix something. What he is saying is, while I do not have, this is what Stefanić says, this gentleman here, pointing me at NAPEČNIK, still have the chance, he still have the possibility to fix the document. Therefore, to add, to change the stuff, he still have the ability to upgrade the document, just as I have stated previously. However, I do not have one anymore. So now we have Stefanić completely reminding, through the trickery, through the lie, that I must sign the document, because it will be NAPEČNIK who will take the document to Ljubljana and will still have the ability, the chance to upgrade the document. Meaning that he, just as he told me, will not do nothing in Novo Mesto city, but once he gets in Ljubljana, he will have a greater chance to assist me with further procedure in respect to Novo Mesto police station, MK Ultra crime. So, do you see this? This is complete 360-degree crime manipulation based on MK Ultra. This is not a telepathy. This is all based on the brainwash, torture, and ongoing crime with which police, Novo Mesto police believe, Slovenian police, prosecutor, judiciary system, judicial system will accomplish a final stages of genocide procedure against me through psychiatry, without my even noticing what took place. Let's go. We are going to fix this here. Stefanić sugestira suggests while he doesn't have chance to upgrade my complaint, man from Ljubljana boy am I exhausted from this shit, man. Has won once he returns to Ljubljana. This is exactly what I was telling you about. The whole brainwash, everything was based upon. And this got nothing to do with the telepathy. This is simply MK Ultra crime. And just as I described, did excellent job. Extermination procedure, genocide all the way. Chance to upgrade my complaint. Tomaž Napečnik, man from Ljubljana, has won once he returns to Ljubljana, right? So Stefanić suggests while he doesn't have a chance to upgrade the complaint, my complaint, further, Tomaž Napečnik from Ljubljana has chance to upgrade one once he returns to Ljubljana. So this is a 360-degree. Everything I did, everything I have stated, I have proven basically about the way this stuff was done, what this is all about. Oh.
Ja, jaz se strinjam.
Drug organ v policiji.
What very, very, very criminally Stefanić says is that, I don't know, alludes is that Tomaž Napečnik is upgraded branch of the police, and who, however, does have a chance to upgrade the complaint on my behalf. He can maybe still do something for me. All based on MK Ultra crime. He works for the specialized prosecution. Specialized state prosecutor.
To je pa posebna noter, ki dejansko nadzira delo policije in po hitrem postopku se spelje vsaka zadeva zoper policista.
He says he works at for the state prosecutor, specialized prosecutor for surveillance of the police. Oh, the two met each other quite a few occasions.
Okay. Moj namen tukaj, ki sem prišel na policijsko postajo, ni bil zagreniti življenje gospodu Pevcu ali pa gospodu Reziju ali tako nekoli. To ni bil moj namen.
I say that the purpose of my visit to the Novo Mesto police station was not to destroy their lives of Pevec and Rezel. I read the document, basically the printout. Boy, is he fucking loud with this stuff, man.
Mislim, neče bi vam očitil karkoli, vzanske res naredil, odlično mislim, da ste napisali poročilo.
I say that the last time that we met, you did a good report, I say to him. All through the report is not really good, but, you know, at least it was a beginning. Can you imagine that I managed to actually launch extremely professional, the most professional ever complaint? I'm not going to say against MK Ultra or something like that, but against genocide based on MK Ultra procedure. Such an efficient procedure I did. That needs to be yet translated, but Just as this meeting here, it was totally immaculate.
To so moje ugotovitve.
To so vaše ugotovitve, da so najbolj šest, zdaj.
Vaše me zanima,
kaj? Tole je, ja.
Prihodim na vašo stran,
tukaj, izjava pritožnika.
Ja, to je vaše. Pa tu družina.
Tole bi bilo pa tole.
Ja.
Ok, tole pa ne.
Okay, he is lying again. He is lying again. He just lied again. I want to know exactly what his findings are. And he says to me, do you know what he says to me? Well, he says to me like this. He says to me, no, we're not going to be doing this kind of stuff. Let's just do it like this. He says to me like this. He says to me, yeah, okay, bye, thank you. He says to me, this part here, which are his findings, this does not pertain to you. What pertains to you is your part, is your statements. So the Stefanić just committed another crime because he stated to me, this does not pertain to you, where his findings are. This here is what pertains to you. So now he gives me the writing basically with whatever pertains to me. Do you understand me what I'm saying? And by what I signed, I obviously signed the whole fucking thing together with his own findings, and that's how he get the confirmation that I actually signed him a paperwork, which is also a crime. On top of everything else. So this is crime all the way. Stefanić handles me paperwork for which one states only pertains to me, my statements, basically statements I have made. So let's repeat this stuff. Let's repeat this. These are my findings, and I say, these are your findings. I said, I will go over right now. He says to me, what do you want to know? What do you want to know? He says to me, this is yours, this is yours. And he shows me, izjava pritužnika is the stuff that belongs to me. This is the stuff that is what I stated. This is yours, this is yours. He said, and this here would not be. Okay. So I start to read this stuff. And he keeps banging with the fucking paperwork, man. His boy, is he fucking nervous, eh?
Tyle S manjka na AUSER Times. Pa U je names AV, je AUSER Times.
Evo, po kolegice popravo, AUSER.
Niste pa seznanjeni z mojo spletno stranjo.
Ja, to se rekel, AU?
AUSER Times.
Evo, urejeno, popravljeno. Hvala. Gremo naprej.
Ja, tukaj piše, da je do tega prišlo, ker je ustrajal, naj grem domov in podam pritožbo. Morda še pritisnete F, pa napišete noter, ker je ustrajal, naj grem domov. Pa boste videli.
Ker je ustrajal, naj grem domov, ja?
Ja, in podam pritožbo, veste tam?
Ja,
se pravi, ja, do tega je prišlo, ker je ustrajal, naj grem domov in podam pritožbo. In zaradi tega, ker ni razložil, da nihče od mene iskanic, s čimer je on tudi priznal, oziroma policista na koncu priznala, da ste razumeli, kaj sem ne shvatiti izdan, ampak to je bil čist na koncu, da ste izvedla celotna agresija name. Se pravi, da ni bil več na voljo, da vam policisti izvedli. To je že pol enkrat, da se je končalo, da mi se tovali, da moramo videti na delovnih urah. To je lahko povedal prej.
Nadrejenih.
Hvala lepo. Prosim, ja.
I do not know where the hell is it, but the fact of the matter is that I asked him to enter also on the complaint procedure pertaining to me, that he did not bother to immediately explain me that I should come the next day, that there was no suitable individual that could take my complaint, and have instead decided to waste my time and create incident out of it. He did enter that stuff, however, I am searching for something else here. Oh.
Yeah.
I am reviewing the complaint.
Jaz nisem ničesar čutil. Odslovil me je z policijske postaje s tem, da je insistiral, da tukaj vidim, da je zelo tako emocionalno. Jaz sem pa tako zelo neemocionalno stvar. Ko se ukvarjam z uradniki, sem zelo formalno. Ja, insistiral, da napiše pritožbo. S tem sem čutil, da ne želi odsloviti vse policijske postaje. S tem ne je odslavljal od policijske, oni ne odslavljajo iz policijske postaje, to je dejstvo. Vse lahko tudi pustimo od stvar, najbolj. Oziroma, jaz bom tako povedal, gospa je tudi tako super tipkala, da jaz sploh zdajle sem ugotovil med nama v zadnjič.
It's the end of the procedure, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Crime is now solved. Let me demonstrate you. When he gave me to read the complaint, he did not give me to sign this here. It's a trickery. He only gave me the sign where it says complainant in statement, and I know so because once I started to read, I encountered the author times. That's here. This, however, is a criminal stuff to do, because I was signing basically also his findings, for which he assured me that does not pertain to me. Do you understand? This man is going to go to the jail just already based on falsification of the document. If I wouldn't have audio recording, and then it would be difficult for me. Thank you. It's like this. It's a very simple thing. And this is exactly what I knew I'm going to get him on. Just as he previously stated, Stefanić stated to me when handing me a paperwork, he pulled away from me the front part, which alleges about the investigation he conducted. That means the CCTV camera, the statements he obtained from the police officers, which are all lies. He said, this does not pertain to you, this pertains to me. And he said, this here, this is what pertains to you. And this starts at the page, this should be the page 5. I marked one with a 6, just as I stated earlier. The izjava pritužnika, this is here. Okay. Like this, you can get anybody sign anything. This is totally criminal, totally illegal. It's illegal. It's a misinterpretation of stuff. So thank you. So that's all there is. I did not sign for this. He gave me a bundle of these documents. I was forced to sign for all of them. Sorry. So that's I don't know how you say falsification. It's a fool in person, basically. With this man should not be in the police. What we're gonna do at this point in time, we're gonna take this baby here, we're gonna take this out, we're gonna copy paste this stuff.
Smo se spisali na plačo, ne, da celo ustrajajo, naj grem domov. Ko boste videli, naj grem domov.
To so moje ugotovitve.
Življenje.
Posebna noter, ki dejansko nadzira delo policije in vsaka zadeva zoper policista.
To ni bil moj namen. To je dosti, da nam se prišel. Mislim.
We're gonna do it like this. That's it.
Tukaj, ki sem prišel na policijsko postajo, ni bil zagrenit življenje, gospodu.
We're gonna do it like this, and we're gonna export this. So, this is all the way mistake. Stefanić, 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 Stefanić. Stefanić, funny man, demanded from me to sign whatever pertained to my statements and not his findings. Thank you very much. We're gonna do this here. BREZNIK to bye-bye. This is by far the biggest error. This is by far the biggest error. This is what you're not supposed to do at all. You're not supposed to do this. Total fuck up. Total fuck up. Totally fuck up. He did not even give a chance for me to declare myself about his findings, which I have condemned them already. After 20 minutes, I have stated I do not agree with absolutely anything. And he did not declare on the paperwork, yes? He did not declare on the paperwork absolutely anywhere or forcing me to sign the paperwork that I did not agree with his findings. So, too bad, man. You're not supposed to do that as a police officer.
Ali pa gospodu Rezu, ali pa kakorkoli. To ni bil moj namen.
Se prav,
hvala lepo.
Torej sem dejansko vse bral. Torej sem dejansko vse bral. Na drugi strani tudi pisano, če razumem.
Ja, no, pa kaj dosti, da nam se to prišel. Mislim, Neč da bi vam očitil kakoli, vzam ste res naredil, odlično mislim, da ste napisal poročilo.
To so moje ugotovitve.
To so vaše ugotovitve, da so naredili šest. Zdaj?
I in fact state, I tell right there, right now, you could able to hear me. I thought Stefanić, I will quickly go over your findings, and he does not allow me to go over. He says this is not yours. You need yours. What pertains to you is this part here. No. This is page 5, which I labeled as 6, but it's page 5. Izjava pritožnika, this here. And you're going to hear me talking about the Außer Times right now as I continue. And you're going to find Außer Times as written Damn, he did use some kind of special to accent Außer Times stuff. Niko i ništa. Let's see, let me just see that stuff. That would be 5. So hell boy, I have to go again to see this crap. Izjava pritožnika. I don't hell see this stuff anywhere, this Außer Times. Aha, okay, man, I don't want to say what. Okay, let's do it again. I'm tired of this crap. There you go, Außer Times. This is page 5, actually. And the Außer Times izjava pritožnika, just as you see it, the Außer Times you're going to find here. Just pay attention to the stuff I talk about. That's exactly what you're going to hear as I click the button continuation. So, sorry, but when it comes to the findings, his findings, I was not even truly, it did not pertain to me. What pertained to me, obviously, and I made obviously conclusion based on a prior statement to him that I do not agree about his, when it comes to his findings, that was a minute 20 of the whole tape. I told him I don't agree with absolutely anything. Yes. I told him that his findings, when it comes to his findings, I don't agree to anything. Let's continue so that you can hear.
Zanima, kaj pa, tole je, ja.
Prihodim na vaša strana,
tukaj, izjava pritožnika.
Ja, to je vaše.
A statement of complainant, that's yours, he said.
Tole bi bilo pa tole. Ja, ok, tole pa ne. Tole S manjka na Außer Times, pa U je names AV, je Außer Times.
Evo, po kolegi se popravlja, Außer.
Niste pa seznanjeni z mojo spletno stranjo.
Ja, to se rekel, AU?
Außer Times.
Evo, urejeno, popravljeno,
Hvala.
idemo naprej.
He corrected that Außer Times he had improperly spelled, which is crazy. because he is extremely well familiarized with my page. So he says, okay, fixed, let's go forward. Okay, so let me...
Nimate pa nikjer tam, ki je... Aha, okej. Jave delajo šizofrenija, ni? Rezelja. Tako so mi pravi možgane, da rezelj nimam rentgenskih luči, da bi videl rezljivega vstopa, tudi prostore pevca. Tako. Pa je pa lahko tako, nisem čutil potrebe po agresivnem vstopu policije. Ok, še lahko tukaj, če napišete, ker sta dva policista bila veliko bolj telesno razvita.
Ja, višinsko in po kilogramih.
Višinsko in po kilogramih. Zaradi svojega sodelovanja z policistom Rezljem.
Ja, nisem čutil potrebe.
In zaradi večkratnega vstopa v prostore gospoda pevca. Rezljivega vstopa v prostore pevca. Tako. Pa je pa lahko tako, nisem čutil potrebe po agresivnem vstopu policista pevca v avto. Ki sploh ni bil seznanjen. Ne s tem, ampak ki sploh ni bil seznanjen, zakaj sem sploh tistega dne bil v policijski postaji.
This basically I explain that I'd like to have report fixed with stating that Pevec, who hell was acquainted with it, however, I upgraded the claim, stated one that, sarcastically I did, stated that Pevec was not acquainted with the purpose of my visit to the Novo Mesto police station, and he came in such an aggressive way, right? Right? Just being sarcastic about it.
To po scenariju MK Ultra je točno zadeva, katero sem opisal. To pravi, jaz nimam rentgenskih luči, da bi videl preko tistih okenc noter, kdo se je bil tam noter še posebej še zadež, kdo je tam noter bil, v tistem prostoru noter, vendar po scenariju MK Ultra so mi pravili v avli, lahko kar napišete to. Lepo prosim, kar nadaljujte s tem. Tako so mi pravili možgane, da Rezelj bo vstopil v prostore, kjer se bo srečeval v policijske prostore, možgane prostore. Ja.
V avli policijske postaje, policijske postaje, so mu, ali pa so mi, to kaj kažem.
Ja, tako je, če so mi, se lahko napišete po domače.
Podlagi scenarija.
Ponavljajočega scenarija.
I wanted to be very correct, and I explained that I did not see Pevec communicating with Rezelj, who kept going inside of the police station. He would stand up from the table where we seated, and he would keep walking inside of the police station. And so I want for Stefanić to enter based on MK Ultra scenario. But I had no capacity to see if he actually was talking to Pevec.
Zagotavljali MK Ultra, zagotavljali vstope gospoda Rezelja v notranjost policijske postaje kot njegovo sodelovanje
njegovo sodelovanje,
soočanje z sodelavci, od strani katerih bi dobival nadaljna navodila. Eksplicitno, če lahko naredite pomišljaj, pa napišete eksplicitno.
Navodila, eksplicitno.
Ja, samo pomišljaj, pa eksplicitno gospoda Pevca.
No, there was actually more to it. During MKUčan, they insisted me that there would be the whole group of the police officers in the room adjacent to the room where they had me. Basically, in the room where they where Miran SODIN had me inside. They claimed there would be a whole group of police officers who would communicate with him, and this is why he would repeatedly stand up on the table, go inside. They also insisted me, they also would be meeting with the Pevets and so on. They also insisted me that he would be under enormous pressure, that the cameras that where you sit inside of the lobby area, the cameras are surveillancing the whole lobby area and are connected through the internet to Ljubljana. That would be Robert Golob, Milan KUČAN, who would be watching me. They also insisted me, even for the area of police dispatcher, front desk area, they insisted me there is a Slovenian I don't know, flag, emblem, whatever they have, and inside of that one that there is a spy camera that is targeting right the people who appear at the front desk. They also stated me too much of the bullshit they stated me. Rezel claimed me during MKUčan. He will be standing up and going from the table inside of the police station to also because he would have to respond to the calls of other police officers and shit like this. So we had a lot of stating, a lot of paranoia, a lot of crap, a lot of garbage that goes on with this crap police station here. Ljubljana Novo Mesto stuff. I should say Slovenia. They stated too much shit. It wasn't only about the Pevets and so on. And the truth is that I have not seen him go and talk to Pevets. You know, I don't know who the hell he would have. He could go talk to. But if I say that I saw him actually going in there, something that they might be actually disputed with a camera that might be in a hallway, proving that this was not the case, just based on some kind of MKUltra brainwash. I don't need that shit to step on the stuff like I previously mentioned. I don't want to leave any kind of doubts to this. You know. Let's continue with this stuff. So,
Okay. Yes,
I
listen
continue
to
to review the complaint. I also tell the man I didn't see that he was meeting him at any time, or whatever he was doing when he repeatedly entered the area of the police station from the main lobby, from the table where she stood up. Several times he stood up and he went inside of the police station.
Vendar po pranju možganov, vidite, kakšna je tu razlika. Jaz lahko tukaj naredim izjavo, da je tu bilo, da sta ona dva sodelovala v notranjih prostorih policijske postaje tisti dan. V realnosti pa to ni. In če bi jaz take izjave delal, je to šizofrenija, ni? No, s tem... No, mislim... To je bil namen pranja možganov s tem. Tu je policija hotela take stvari delati.
I explained to him that this was also one of the forms for police to obtain the proofs against me about a schizophrenia, that this is what police served in this case, making me make statements for which I don't actually have proofs. Even that there was nobody really at the time Pevets could go and talk to other than, I should say, a Rezel could go stand up from the table and go talk to other than Pevets. So that's all the fuck I'm saying. and he is laughing. I stop his laughing and I say to him, listen, I say, you don't only have a cameras there. And I said, I'm sure you also have cameras inside of the area where we are at right now. And at that time, Stefanić is making like a really trickery looks to me. He looks at me really trickery. And based on MK Ultra scenario, because it was Stefanić the one who insisted with all other police officers that they have a camera also inside of the interrogation room, basically in the room where they meet with the complainants like I was. It's not the interrogation room, but the report room, whatever, where they meet with the people who give the criminal reports. He insisted that there was that with other police officers that it will be video recorded my meeting with future meeting with the Novo Mesto police station, that they will definitely have this kind of stuff recorded. Okay, so this definitely was the case. So what can I say about this stuff? This is just basically this is just the way it happened. So there is nothing much to say there. I just realized a very bad news for me, and the very bad news for me is that the telephone I just got is not charging. It only comes to 81% and basically is a garbage waste, complete waste. It's not worth much. Disappointing for me. That a little bit hurts. Good stuff that I charged him. That's very bad for me. Anyhow, let's continue and finish this.
Ne, prav tukaj ne. Ampak nimate pa kamer verjetno samo v avli, ampak imate tudi verjetno tam, kjer je noter, kako se reče tisto, dispatcher.
Kamere imamo v avli, okoli policijske postaje in v prostorih za pridržanje.
He says they only have cameras inside of the lobby around the property and in the room where they keep in the jail, basically.
Nimate pa nikjer tam,
Ker se ne sme, oziroma ne smemo, ne moremo in ne bi bilo nemamo delo policista in bolj policista.
V tem primeru pač vi ne bi imeli dokaza, da sem jaz pač videl nekaj, kar ni obstojalo, vendar se meni zdi zelo pomembna stvar, da te stvari ne glasi.
Če bi lahko pridobil, tudi tale posnetek pridobil, bi bil notar omenjen, ampak ga ni.
Ja, in moram še omeniti, da je šlo med tem postopkom MK Ultra za ponavljajoče se izjave policistov, da bo celotna zadeva bila, oziroma vsak moj objekt na policijsko postajo, da bo je gledal preko interneta v Ljubljani, politiki, tako je bilo pravni možgane, se pravi, veliko paranojo.
Stefanić, who was in the center of this paranoia, is now laughing and he doesn't want to know nothing about MK Ultra. I, however, continue to explain him during MK Ultra. Police insisted, your police basically, that your cameras are going to be connected to Ljubljana, etc., etc., etc. Stuff that I explained to you. I don't care about what he got to say. What he got to say is not worth a shit. You know, what you say as a police officer in a situation when you are busted is not worth the fucking shit. What the fuck are you saying? You are laughing over there, but during MK Ultra you were not laughing. You were the one who incited in a paranoia. So now you're laughing because you feel discomfort. You don't feel very good about this. You're not laughing because I would be ridiculous or whatever, but you're laughing because you want to hide yourself from attention that you have given me in the past in respect to incitement in paranoia. And this is what he does.
Veliko paranoje se izvaja. Vaša policija.
I say your police station. I'm not saying you, but a lot of paranoia you did at the police station, I say to him. He says, I told you where to go next if you have a problem with the police. And Napečnik say the state prosecutor.
Se pravi, da bi jaz prišel, ampak zato je gospod tukaj.
Ne. To imate pa na državno tožilstvo.
Na državno tožilstvo, da
na policijo.
Pa so oni tukaj v Novem mestu?
So, Vrhovčevo 18.
Koliko?
Vrhovčevo 18.
Vrhovčevo 18.
To je zdravo knjižnice Mirana.
A vidite, to je nisem rejene spomnil. Aha.
They tell me a state prosecutor right here in the Novo Mesto, you go, they give me address. I say, no, I didn't know. Thank you, they're in Novo Mesto also, that I can go directly to them. Okay, cool. I was sure that I have to go through Ljubljana.
Boste napisali tisto?
Smo, to se sem napisal, eksplicitno.
Še lahko prosim napišete tisto podarek, da po scenariju Renki Ultra se je gospod Pevec oziroma Rezen srečeval z gospodom Pevcem. Napisali, super, po scenariju Renki Ultra. Ok. Gospod Pevec, oziroma tukaj boste napisali, agresivna se je še, predtem boste napisali, lahko prosim.
Kje imate tole?
Po agresivnem vstopu gospoda Pevca v avlo se je slednji ustavil.
Te problem, ki imamo mi že vmes vašo izjavo na novo, ne vem.
Torej, boš vse skupuščan.
Kar napelište, to je zelo pomembna stvar.
Po agresivnem vstopu, še tu.
V avlo. Tukaj mislim na vrata, ne? So šloca na avlo.
Tukaj mislim na vrata.
Pa tudi na njegove korake, glede na to, kako se je predstavljala.
Na vrata, katera so škrvocnila.
Ne, kar na hitro, tako.
Škrvocnila. Prvo, pravi, tako je, bomo počakali. Škrvocnila. Dobre, že tu skaj pa se mislim. Škrvocnila. In na njegovo.
Se je gospod Pevec začel z mano agresivno soočati z očmi, ne?
Tako, agresivno ste me približal.
Ne, nisem mi približal. Postavil se je in se je začel z mano soočati z očmi, agresivno.
Agresivno soočati.
In potem je to agresivno spet poudaril z nadaljevanjem, približevanjem mene osebno.
Tako, soočanje pika. Torej smo, agresivno se vse na to.
Kar je bilo poudarjeno predhodno kot parkiral.
Tako, da so napisali.
Kar napiše tako, kot sem povedal, posel.
Agresivno se mi je naprej približeval, veste, da njegov...
Je nadaljeval z, potem, ko se je ustavil, soočal z mano z očmi, ne, kako se reče, temu klerpala nisva.
Agresivno soočanje tu morda
nekaj vrša.
Z očmi smo, ne?
Ja, tako. Je ta postopek spet ponovil. Se pravi, nekako agresivno se mi je zdelo, da je k meni pristopil, oziroma kako sem predhodno omenil parkiral. Na mojo levo stran. Medtem, ko je Rezen ostal
this is a complete bullshit. that didn't make any sense for me to go to the police station to. I am the one explaining again, obviously, what exactly happened. Please on June the 21st, 2024, by pointing out to Stefanić the whole incident as it actually took place. Who entered, how it happened, how the incident took place, how the guy came inside, banged the door, the way he entered the lobby aggressively, and his first stare down aggressiveness that brought him all the way to the chair in my face, literally. And this is the minutes, and the two are in a hurry without actually doing absolutely anything about my visit. 1 hour 55 minutes. Yes.
Medtem ko je rezal prav tako stoječe, obstal na nasprotni strani mize. Prav, edini, ki še sedel, sem bil jaz.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing at that point in time. I am just trying to make sure I describe the incident that also, what is his name, Pevets, prepared himself like in a position that he's gonna reach out on me and so on. Practically I was all of a sudden surrounded by two officers that acted in such a way that as if they were awaiting my aggression or something, response to them or something. True incident, just as I described, which nowhere, however, was mentioned on the paperwork, and everything was a lie, and nowhere it was mentioned on the paperwork. Do you know what is on the camera? Do you know what is on the camera, the way the camera looks? Because I'm going back to police station. I'm going to explain to you what the camera looks like. What is on the camera. Visible on the camera, they demonstrated me. What will be visible on the camera will be only let's say that this is a table like this. It will be something like this, that comes. It is visible in the camera. However, on the camera is only visible part where he comes, but not the upper part and so on. They did show me the video recording. Robert Golop explained to me, demonstrated me, laughing in my face, all the police officers. And that's all there will be, ha 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 ha. The stuff they already demonstrated and so on and so forth. This is what is on the camera. It is on the camera. In the camera that stuff can be visible where the Pevets comes to me. This is a table. You understand? This is a table. This is where I would sit. Let's just say that this is where I would sit like this. And the only thing that is on the camera, therefore, would be the shoes from the Pevets. Let me demonstrate it. You can see. Would be something like this almost. The way you see my shoes. Let me see. The way you see my shoes like this. This is what they demonstrated me. It's going to be on the camera. Nothing. The less is possible. This. They knowingly committed this stuff. That's actually a very bad stuff. To do stuff like this to people. It's illegal. And these people just did it. let's continue with this stuff.
Ti bil edini, ki je še zadev, sem bil jaz.
Na sportni strani mize.
Tako.
Na sportni strani mize. Pika.
Edini, ki je še zadev, sem bil jaz.
Both police officers stood up. The one in front of me stood up. Right in front of me, facing me. And the other police officer came from the side. And the only one who still was sitting in a comfort was myself. Till I have established basically, due to length of time, reasonably non-aggression, on which I slowly stood up and started to look Pevec in his face in a way he stared at me. Asking him why is he aggressive. He was extremely aggressive until the moment when I established reasonably that I am not the one who is aggressive or in question. And once I turned my attention to him in a standing position and started to ask him, why is he aggressive? That's when he calmed down. That's when he completely calmed down, just as I explained, based on brainwash which he received from American police officers. Many people distressed in the United States of America, once faced with a challenging bullying face-to-face with the police officers, they just simply go off and they don't stop. And this is where they also get arrested. So Pevec did, based on the multiple crimes, exercise violence against me that day, which, however, Stefanić deliberately omitted. And make no mistake about it, there were video cameras that day all over the place.
Od katerega se je zahteval, da se stane.
In se sooči z ponovnim, ne vem, kako se reče to, izzivanjem močmi, obraznim izzivanjem gospoda Pevca.
This is the stuff I already have described. This is the stuff where nowhere was this shit even entered anywhere on the report that he furnished me with? I do not know, because I didn't bother to read this. It's insane. If I did go and read this, I would have to go back to the psychiatric hospital Ljubljana Polje, because this shit is insane. This doesn't have nothing to do with the reality. It's 6 pages of it, and I'm sure you can understand that reading of some complete idiotism that has nothing to do with the reality rather is going to hurt you than help you, especially because it's about the video surveillance tape, evidence. Who the hell would want to go argue with the video tape, which police deliberately omitted? Okay. Okay, there is really nothing else for me to say other than just let the whole thing Okay, this is like this, and I will just likely not longer even interrupt this procedure. Nowhere it is written the stuff that I stated. I have just described actually what took place to Stefanić also on October the 25th of 2025, meaning that Stefanić was not writing down the stuff that I reported to one. It's nowhere on the report. This should have been at least entered. In other words, there is nothing about what I stated. Here I have given him a complete, here I have given him a complete description of the incident. Aha, okay, it's actually written down. Večkratno je bila njegova agresivnost izražena proti meni kot this has nothing to do with the reality. This is the way Stefanić have written about, not even the way I told him to write down. He fucked up whatever I told him. It was not šklocnila vrata, niso šklocala, vrata so nabijala. Nabijati vrata je bum, 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 bum. Šklocanje, to je pa čist nekaj drugega. Šklocanje je plek, 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 plek. When you go and you boom the door, that's a completely different. Listen, I have enough of this shit because it had nothing to do with the reality. Just as I acknowledged, let's continue with this recording. It doesn't make sense to talk about who said what said. What I will do, however, because I did all this shit, I'm gonna...
Z mano. Ne, nisem mi približal, postavil se je in se je začel z mano soočati z vrata. Agresivna se li je še? Ok. Boste napisali tisto?
Smo, to se skrejem, ko sem napisal, eksplicitno.
Še lahko prosim.
Dajmo prebrati to do konca, da zaključimo, prosim.
Boste napisali tisto?
Smo, to se skrejem, ko sem napisal, eksplicitno.
Explicitno, what the fuck is the explicitno? This guy's got compatible explicitno. Okay, I stated this one, but this is weird. This is really...
Scenarij arhivu. Gospod Pevec, oziroma tukaj boste napisali agresivna se li je še, predtem boste napisali, lahko prosim.
Kje imate tole?
Po agresivnem vstopu gospoda Pevca v avlo.
Upon the aggressive entry of Pevec into lobby entrance area,
se je slednji ustavil.
He stopped.
Zdaj problem, ker imamo mi že vmes vašo izjavo na novo, ne vem.
They don't actually allow me even to make the statement, to state what it was.
Po agresivnem vstopu,
v avlo. Tukaj mislim na vrata,
tukaj mislim na vrata.
Pa tudi na njegove korake, glede na to, kako se je predstavljala.
Na vrata, katera so škrocnila. Škrocnila.
Ne, kar na hitro, tako.
Škrocnila. Vrata, katera so škrocnila.
Pa tudi na njegove korake, glede na to, kako se je predstavljala.
Na vrata, katera so škrocnila.
I didn't say škrocnila, or if they škrocnila, these are completely his words, škrocnila. Nabijati šklocanje, that's two different things. Smash doors, slam doors, it's not šklocnila. Škloc is when you hear something click, 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 and this is not škloc. This is where you hit the stuff is, you know, it's a bang more. I don't agree with it. I say that was quite in a rapid way open. It's not exactly šklocnila. Ne? Do not allow basically to finish this.
Se je gospod Pevec začel z mano agresivno soočati z očmi, ne?
Pevec started to do a face-off with me through the eyes.
Ne, nisem mi približal. Ustavil se je in se je začel z mano soočati z očmi, agresivno. In potem je to agresivnost spet poudaril z nadaljevanjem, približevanjem meni osebno.
He then this aggressiveness that he commenced with the eyes once he stopped when he entered in the lobby, he started from the distance eye me. Continued till he completely approached to me and started the stare down. Approach aggressively to me.
Je bilo poudarjeno predhodno kot parkiral. Kar napište tako, kot sem povedal, prosim. Je nadaljeval potem, ko se je ustavil, soočal z mano z očmi, kako se reče, gledala nisva. Ja, tako. Je ta postopek spet ponovil. Se pravi, nekako agresivno se mi je zdelo, da je meni pristopil, oziroma kako sem predhodno omenil parkiral. Na mojo levo stran. Medtem, ko je rezen ostal prav tako stoječe, obstal na nasprotni strani mize. Prav, edini, ki še sedel, sem bil jaz. Ti je bilo edino. Ti je bil edini, ki še sedel, sem bil jaz.
Nasprotni strani mize.
Tako.
Nasprotni strani mize. Pika.
Edini, ki je še sedel, sem bil jaz.
Kaj napišemo? Edini.
Od koga se je zahtevalo, da se ostane od mize.
Sem bil jaz. Od katerega se je zahtevalo, da se ostane.
In se sooči z ponovnim. Ne vem, kako se reče to, izzivanjem očmi, obraznim izzivanjem gospoda Pevca. Po scenariju in Kevulj. To je gospod Pevec ponavljal, z katero vaši javni, da je šel pomen Kevulj.
Listen, it doesn't make fucking sense to what you have heard was in a proper Slovenian grammar, everything was fine, and what Stefanić took the computer from MOJCA Gosenica and started to fix by himself, I think, is the garbage, the shit that he wrote down. What this is, it's a dementia, basically. It's a stupid stuff that is not connected, that is like somebody crazy would write this down. I even find a sentence here that says po agresivnem medtem ko je pol. Maybe this is the best sentence yet I have found, that this would be like completely retarded person would not come up with the stuff like that. If you would go to the place for totally mentally ill people, you would not find the statement like this at all. Medtem ko je pol. You see, medtem ko je pol. Yeah. What is medtem ko je pol? I have no fucking idea what that is. Pika na i. Pika na i. Shit that Stefanić was brainwashing me. So it makes no sense for me to talk what took place. I am trying to fix it. Those that are literate in Slovenian are going to agree that the conversation that I led was completely articulate, connected, logical, organized, intelligent, even well grammatically positioned, despite this and all kinds of interaction these people did, provocations, bullying. I did manage to bring everything all the way to the end by positioning myself in a situation that when I signed the document, clearly is just as I stated. There was no grounds for anybody to state that I agree to it or whatever. My complaint against Stefanić and the guy from Ljubljana, TOMAZ NAPEČNIK, was more than justified, and this is where this Miran SODIN took over, for whom the two already have created the document, basically for him and for the SONJA. BREZNIK, and you know, with the stuff like this, there is nothing to argue. There is nothing to add here.
Jaz tukaj bi še popravil tole. Jaz ne vidim te v novo mesto kot normalno enoto napram drugim državljanom. Bi samo omenil tukaj...
Basically, Stefanić and NAPEČNIK presented me like a mentally ill individual who talks all the time about the Stalin, Tito, military courts, stuff like this. Refused to write about even properly in a proper grammar sequence, and separate my findings about the police station. They were just mixing my statements with one another. You can see that Stefanić with MOJCA GOSENICA worked really, really hard to create complete fuck up out of the complaint which I submitted, a good complaint which I submitted. And he positioned the sentences, repositioned them in a improper order, was obtaining interrogation. The whole thing was done. Not interrogation, but interview was done in extremely way, basically to fuck as much as possible, to depict me as mentally ill as possible. Truly sick people, truly, truly, truly sick people. It makes no sense to say what I did and what I did not. Everything I did was placed in something I had nothing to do with it, and misinterpreted and lied about what actually took place completely. It had nothing to do with the reality. And so all I'm going to do is I'm going to have this tape down to roll down. Believe me, I'm so sick of this stuff. 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Jaz nimam nobene veze tukaj napram drugim državljanom. Drugi državljani, ki so bili v tej zadevi, so se obveščevali
drugim državljanom prišljamo ven?
Raznih finančnih transakcij. Jaz tukaj bi še popravil tole. Jaz ne vidim te v novo mesto kot normalno enoto napram drugim državljanom. Bi samo omenil tukaj, s tem jaz nimam nobene veze tukaj napram drugim državljanom. Drugi državljani, ki so bili v tej zadevi, so se obveščevali
to ne drugim državljanom pišemo,
raznih finančnih transakcij in napredovanj v službi, vse kakršnih državnih pomoči, zato jaz drugih državljanov tukaj ne bi dejal. Ampak je pa to, če boste napisali, kako bi jaz to želel, sem počakal, da bom to zadevo nadaljeval tukaj, bom povedal, kaj pisam iz tega paragrafa tukaj. Ja, tako agresiven, pa tudi jaz nisem. Po omenjenju gospoda Napečnika...
Ne, treba v prvi staviti.
Ja, tole bo kdo mislil, da sem udaril na les. Nisem čisto povedal.
They blended something in respect to other citizens, other people, and I don't know nothing about other citizens, other people. If there was other citizens, other people, these people would come here to me a long time ago. I only know about myself. I'm not going to be the one who's going to get fucked the most and we'll be talking about some kind of justice. Other people being mistreated, whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna be, fuck you. The guy who's gonna be erased, deleted more than any bugger in Slovenia and will be worried about other people. You about fucking mentally ill or something or what? People got themselves jobs, cars, weekends, money, through the genocide, through killing people like I described. Milan KUČAN tutored my schoolmates in a grammar school, beginning the kindergarten, that is necessary to kill some children so they can be entitled to the bigger wealth. They called this as a BORUT obstanik. They call this a fight, a struggle for survival. The law of the stronger, the law of the nature, they call this shit. And I found me explaining children that there would be more left for other children if some children are eliminated by pointing me. This was a school of Milan KUČAN when I was a child. And I'm going to borrow other citizens of Slovenia that didn't give a fuck about me, basically. What is to them when I was pushed over the edge completely, excluded and listed as good as dead. I mean, come on. That's what he is talking about. He is trying to push me now into the pool of other people and stuff like this. Leave this shit alone. Hey, for that matter, you have Janez Janša, you have Bauča, you have all these wonderful, beautiful people. You voted, you expressed the trust for them, and you turn to them and they're going to help you out.
Gospod Napečnik za menoj ne bo strinjal, bom zoper njega izvedel kazenski postopek. Mislim, da ste tako slišali, da sem tukaj. To pa sploh ni res, jaz sem tako bolj.
I never...
Mislim, ampak ne, tisti bo to bral.
Vem pa čuj, to ste rekel, to smo napisali.
Ja, pa ne čisto tako, ne?
Dobro, zbišmo problem.
Bomo zbrisali ven tole?
Ne. Tukaj piše, da kolikor se je z mano gospod Napečnik z menoj ne bo strinjal, bom zoper njega izvedel kazenski postopek, tako kot sem ga zoper gospoda Igorja Jušiča, zdaj priznavam roka 45 dni za pritožbo, saj država Slovenija od svoje osamosvojitve zoper njega izvaja naloge kot vojaško sodišče pred Stalinom, ki je svoje nasprotnike eliminiral na tak način. Tukaj bo Slovenija pisala takole. Po omenjanju gospoda Napečnika,
he placed in my mouth, based on what I hear,
bom zoper njega izvedel kazenski
I will push a criminal charges against Napečnik. This is what he stated, that I stated, right? That's what Stefanić have written down. In the same way, I will file the criminal complaint against him as I did against Juršić. Due to a term date time in frame 45 days to submit complaint.
Saj država Slovenija od svoje osamosvojitve zoper njega izvaja naloge kot vojaško sodišče pred Stalin, ki je svoje nasprotnike eliminiral na tak način. Tukaj bo Slovenija pisala takole. Po omenjanju gospoda Napečnika do roka pritožbe 45 dni.
Upon Napečnik's statement about maximum time frame of 45 days to complain,
Glede bivšega direktorja
in respect to the previous director, in respect to the involvement of previous director Janez Ogulin,
ki je služil bivšim
who
direktorjem,
served the previous police directors,
ki je služil bivšim direktorjem kot desna roka, podaljšati
as a right hand, as an extension,
bivše jugoslovanske države,
previous Yugoslav state,
ki je začela genocid preko postopka MK
which
Ultra,
commenced the genocide through MK Ultra procedure
pred mojim enim letom starosti,
before I reached a year of age,
leta 1972
in 1972,
sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika,
I rejected Mr. Napečnik,
češ, da bom po potrebi prav tako izvedel kazenski postopek proti njemu.
explaining one based on needs, since he mentioned that I cannot file the complaint against ex-director Janez Ogulin, I will file criminal charges also against him, therefore against Mr. Napečnik. If you look at this grammatically, the people that understand Slovenian language will say, well, this is the way you do the stuff. So I'm not happy about any of this stuff.
Tako sem ga zoper gospoda Juršiča.
In exactly same fashion as I did against Mr. Juršič.
Ne bom ga, zakaj bi ga? Jaz ne delam, nikogar ne bom napadal, nisem tukaj, da bom napadal ljudi. Če se jaz srečam z ljudmi, pa če se da te stvari lepo urediti, jaz nobenih potreb ne čutim, da se bom za nekom zaganjal. Nikakor. Tu pač naredim, če pride do enih takih stvari, da me nekdo pritisne v zid, da mi drugega ne preostane, kaj ne pa naredim. Drugač pa ne, nikakor. Te v novo mesto, pišemo naprej, tako lepo prosim.
Te v novo mesto, ja.
Je služil.
Hey man, I need to stop this translation because it's killing myself and killing you. What you have just witnessed to in Slovenian language was written perfectly. Despite my giving word by word to be typing on the typewriting machine, on the computer, it was something completely different Stefanić had typed down. So it positions me in a situation of cretin, idiotin, mentally ill individual. Nothing here is real, nothing here is okay. Nothing. It doesn't have nothing to do anything. It has nothing to do with reality. It does not pertain to me. However, I did manage to obtain the audio recording, valuable audio recording tape of the meeting, and I also managed to obtain the paperwork of Stefanic and Napecnik. And you know, fact of the matter is that audio tape talks for me, and this here talks for Stefanic. And the two, Stefanic used the word compatible. The two are nowhere compatible. Stefanic just have written down here po omenjanju gospoda Napečnika do roka pritožbe 45 dni glede bivšega direktorja Ogolina, ki je služil bivšim direktorjem kot desna roka, podaljšal bivše jugoslovanske države, ki je začela genocid preko postopka MK Ultra pred mojim enim letom starosti leta 1972, sem takšnega zakonika, roka pritožbe 45 proti bivšim službam PP v Sloveniji, uslužbencem LS, ne morem priznati z legitimnega, še posebej ne morem priznati z legitimnega, ker so postopki MK Ultra še vedno uresničujejo v vsakdanjem življenju, zaradi česar sem se ustavil na PP Novo mesto junija 21. 2024. That is exactly what I stated. And then continue. Zaradi tega sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika po njegovem stranju na 45-dnevni pritožbeni rok. S tem, da sem mu svetoval, da bom po potrebi prav tako izvedel kazenski postopek proti njemu. Za primer sem mu navedel gospoda Igorja Juršiča. Completely different. I stated here I stated something completely different. I did not state anything about za primer sem mu navedel gospoda Igorja Juršiča and so on and so forth. That's bullshit. Kakor sem ga izvedel proti gospodu Juršiču. Pel v Novo mesto je služil v državi Slovenije po njegovi samozneko del vojaškega sodišča, katerem se srečeval preko PP od svojega rojstva. Sodišče, ki kakor stalo ni priznalo družbenih mnenj svojih strank, ampak je namesto pomoči izvajalo eliminacija način Jožefa Stalina. So, for me personally, it's different. The way I stated over there is just grammatically correct and so on. And I am not going to go and play with this stuff. I'm very detailed, thorough about the stuff I say. For me, this is just, you know, I do this stuff. Writing and stuff is just not, it does not make me happy, this kind of stuff. It's fucked up. When you dictate somebody what to write and he's writing something else, then this person must make fucking decision, or he's going to give me a fucking typewriting machine so that I can type, talk and type, or he's going to type whatever the fuck he wants to type. Or in this case, I was the one who wanted to have certain things typed down, and he was misinterpreting the stuff I was talking about. Not happy about any of this stuff.
V državi Sloveniji po njeni osamosvojitvi kot del vojaškega sodišča, s katerim sem se srečeval preko policijske postaje Novo mesto, že od svojega rojstva. Sodišče, ti kakor Stalin, ni priznavalo pritožbenih mnenj svojih strank, ampak je na mesto pomoči izvajalo eliminacije na način Jožefa Stalina. Ampak ne, jaz nisem tukaj, da bi vam zavrnil življenje, tako, sploh ne. Niti gospodu Štefaniču. Sploh ne.
This last paragraphs, it was exactly as I stated. This last paragraph, unfortunately for me, is exactly what I stated. It's good. It's written good, satisfactory, but overall not the way I wanted the other stuff that was there and so on.
Ja, tu je pač, ja. Tu?
Samo da si ga še vprašam.
Kar da je treba, prosim.
Tale del bomo še razpustil. Tam je samo odprt.
Vem, kako bi to izgledalo. Če lahko se bo to stran skupaj.
Če se bova se nekaj, tale stavok še zrito mislim.
Ni treba.
Priznavam roka 45 dni za pritožbo.
Ja, absolutno, ne priznavam roka 45 dni za pritožbo. Tako. V vezi predhodnih uslužbencev novomeške postaje. Kakor vseh vladnih uslužbencev.
V zvezi predhodnih predstavnikov, predhodnih predstavnikov policijske uprave Novo mesto, ste rekel?
Tako. Uslužbencev, napiše.
In uslužbencev, in ostalih uslužbencev
policijske postaje Novo mesto, kakor same države Slovenije.
Uslužbencev države Slovenije.
Možno napiše, država Slovenija,
država Slovenija,
se ni pobrigala leta 91.
This is written, this part, again, I made a mistake here. This is written well, all this stuff is all well. This stuff I protested about, the 45-day stuff, I did fix one properly. Based on what he's saying, it's exactly what is written here, it's correct. However, it was all misinterpreted. Based on the original report, it was horrific. This is all mine. It's a good stuff. Maybe this is the only stuff that is mine. The rest of it is horrific.
Končal. Leta 91,
da bi se ta primer zaključil.
Da bi se ta primer zaključil.
Je imela druge interese v ozadju.
Vse je imela
druge interese v ozadju, med katerimi je ponovna vzpostavitev Jugoslavije.
Druge interese v ozadju, med katerimi je ponovna vzpostavitev jugoslovanske države. Vzpostavitev jugoslovanske države.
Ja.
Ja. Vedel?
Ok.
Da še popravimo tole, kaj počrtalo, Jugoslo...
Ne, kaj problem, da vidite začetno.
Ja, ne, tudi oma je pa Jugoslo, Jugoslavija, ne, na kontra strani da je. Da se pa Vladiniči, ne, da nič, da bi še Jugoslavija. Ja, prosti, Mojca, ti pa tudi Jugoslavija. 11.05 bomo dali zaključek postopka.
Pa spod ne zgleda, gospodično zgleda, tako malo.
Se spremljate, zaključimo postopek?
Ja, lahko.
Ok.
Če bi boste pokazal še tam, kako ti se stavk kazati zgleda oziroma paragrafe. Če lahko še enkrat križem prebere. To bomo spremljati zdaj.
He suggests that MOJCA also was in already in a Yugoslavia and stuff like that. Yeah, therefore that she's not the same age as Božičnik is. Completely different situation, obviously. The two work together, but it appears that she is much, much, much older than Božičnik is. Well, yeah, maybe, but in that case, I'm actually puzzled, because when she entered the police station and stuff, this is something that I have to really, really think about, all that stuff, because he stated that she already was Yugoslavian and all that. Yeah, but this girl is much, much younger than myself, and in '95 I found myself already in the US, and this girl yet was to become a police officer and stuff like that. So I don't actually see this, how the hell that she would be already in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia have fallen apart. Oh, no, I'm crazy. Actually, Yugoslavia fall apart in 19... that's crazy of me. No. That's crazy. One is Josip Broz Tito and another one is Yugoslavia. Yeah, Yugoslavia have fallen apart in 91. So that's not a big deal. She is older than Božičnik, but all good.
Ja, tukaj smo popravili. Pa ste pa lahko šli hitro na kavico.
Ne, gospod povedi nazaj na Ljubljano.
Ja, pa varno se lepo peljete, lepo počas, lepo varnost na prvem mestu.
I suggest the guy to drive carefully, wish him a good trip to Ljubljana, to go safe and this and that. You know, this girl, MOJCA, that's a young girl. Yugoslavia fall apart in 91, you know, and I don't know. It was about maybe 2 years earlier that she was born. I don't know. Maybe 90, 89, something like this, I think they told me. She was involved in this. It's a very young girl, actually. So, something like this, for hell. I would have to think about this stuff, and I did not thought about when she was born and so on and so forth. I would have to think about that stuff. They have every female from Novo Mesto police station involved in this stuff. There was other females, very difficult to... they drilled me on this issue. We don't have a time for that stuff now.
Da ne slučajno kaj bilo.
Ne samo od nas, ampak tudi od ostalih.
Ja, seveda.
Ko ti paziš, nek drugi se navade zapazi, ne?
Ja, zdaj me je še tako avtomobile, če se v bistvu ne bom več rekel svoj. Da si kar sami avtomobili vožnje. Hvala. Edino, kar me zanima v bistvu tole je tukaj, ne?
Tole je izjavljeno.
Tole, tale program.
Aha, to zadnje.
Mislim, da je bilo, mislim, da je normalno.
Ja, lahko zbrišemo ven tole, no? Jaz ne vidim.
Zdaj ne prosim zbrišati tole.
Jaz ne vidim, da imamo
novo mesto kot normalne enote.
Ok, ajmo ven.
Sej so te druge policijske enote v Sloveniji. Sej so bile vse v Izraeli. Sej je bil Maribor, sej je bil Ljubljana. Sej so bili policisti iz Kranja, iz Belekajne. Iz Kopra nišče ne ve, da noben stvari v vezi tega.
Evo,
Ja.
tole je zdaj zbrisano ven.
Normalno tukaj je relativna stvar. Po omenjenju gospoda Napečnika, kdo roka pritožbo, da je 4 glede bil živet. Kje se je? Omenjen gospoda Napečnika do roka pritožbe 45 dni, glede bivšega direktorja, ki je služil bivšim direktorjem kot desna roka. Podaljšek bivše jugoslovanske države, ki je začela genocid za postopne pred manj letom ene starosti. Ja, iz mojega stališča ni mogoče povrči.
Kje to pišemo?
Ki je začela, tukaj se pravi, po omenjanju, jaz samo to berem, to je zadnja stvar, ker drugo itak vem, da je se v redu. Po omenjanju gospoda Napečnika do roka pritožbe 45 dni glede bivšega direktorja Ogulina, ki je služil bivšim direktorjem kot desna roka, se pravi, pa bomo še podaljšek bivše jugoslovanske države, ki je začela genocid preko postopka MK Ultra pred mojim enim letom starosti, sam takšnega zakonika, se pravi roka pritožbe 45 dni proti bivšim uslužbencem policijskih postaj v Sloveniji ali državnim uslužbencem ne morem priznati za legitimnega.
Ne morem priznati
za legitimnega. Še posebej ne morem priznati za legitimnega, ker se postopki MK Ultra še vedno uresničujejo v vsakdanjem življenju.
Še vedno uresničujejo.
In zaradi česa sem se ustavil na policijski postavi.
Vsakdanjem življenju. Zaradi česar.
In zaradi česar sem se ustavil na policijski postaji. Kdaj je to bilo? Junija? 19.
Ante sem bila videla, 21. junija sem bil rezal, videla so pa 19. julija.
Ok. Potem, tu ste napisala?
Ja, tukaj ste verjetno, ko ste napisali, jaz sem zbral to, da vaše.
Se pravi, zaradi česa sem se ustavil, je napisano to?
Ja.
Tega in tega dne, tukaj,
sem se ustavil.
Kar dajte lahko slovenko stvar, kar dajte lahko datum, lahko napisati to, ali tako?
21.6. smo reči, ne?
Ok. Vi ste gobar ste.
Smo gobar zdaj.
Ste vpet gobar.
Tako je, sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika, ne? Dajmo naprej, da to da zaključimo.
Tako. Tudi tisto, kar piko napiše tam, zaradi tega sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika.
Zaradi tega sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika.
Katero sem omenil po vztrajanju na 45-dnevnem roku pritožbe.
Kaj pišemo, kaj?
Ja, prosim.
Kaj to pišemo? Zaradi tega sem zavrnil gospoda Napečnika.
Tako.
Ja, tukaj
po njegovem vztrajanju na 45-dnevnem
po njegovem vztrajanju
pritožbenem roku.
Dnevnem pritožbenem roku.
S tem, da sem mu svetoval, bom po potrebi prav tako izvedel kazenski postopek proti njemu.
Svetoval, da je to včeraj stran, Se pravi, po potrebi je. Tako, po potrebi, ja. Za primer sem navedel gospoda Igorja Juršiča. Tako, to smo pisali, no, ja. Ja, kar napiše tako. Za primer sem mu navedel gospoda Igorja Juršiča. Bom tukaj dal za primer. Za primer sem mu navedel gospoda Juršiča. No, ne, tako. Ok. Juršiča. Vse drugo je pa za mene, ker se mene gre, tako je treba. Hvala. Nimam nobenih drugih. 11:10, to bomo zaključili. To, en izvod za vas. Hvala lepa vam. Pisal še naprintati, jaz bom podpisal. Pisal nekaj vreme svoje. Pomenu? Ok. 3. Pa še biti to. Pravno, ne? Kolono ne rabiš ono kroglo. Ja. Danes sem se malo naučil drugih stvari, kako in kaj. Hvala vam za obisk.
They did the modification to the documents just as I instructed them to modify. This part of mine here, I figure out it's shitty the way it's written. This is my statement, it pertains to me, izjava pritožnika, but it is enough legitimate to prove that I did not agree with absolutely anything that was stated previously by the two police officers. It's written with enough, modestly written with enough to point out the basic circumstances of my complaint to the police station and my whereabouts. My testimony in respect to the incident of June 21st, 2024. However, barely that this is satisfactorily based on Napečnik and Stefanić. This type of crime, the whole procedure is nothing other than crime. Most of the people that come to the police station do not even manage to create something similar to the document that I created because of interruptions, because of the play with they did example me with involvement of other people. Seems like they similar things, not MK Ultra. I'm not talking about MK Ultra, but when people come to the police station to file the complaints and such, I understand that most of the people, because of the lengthy procedures, investigation, findings, police officers report, etc., that they do and go back and forth and play with the people, most of the people don't even manage to create any kind of report. So this garbage here, the so-called statement, my statement, should have even make me feel good barely satisfactorily, however, and truly not representing me in my way, because words were placed in my mouth, idiotic stuff. I see completely idiotic stuff. The best about this whole complaint is this paragraph here I complained about, and this is this last paragraph that is really, it's not the way I did. You can see by the Stefanić created the sentence that is like this big, just throwing the commas rather than put the period, close the sentence and go on. It's a nonsense, a nuisance. Grammatic is the least to worry about, but the stuff that he did on this page here rather depicts a mental patient and not, absolutely not me in any way. However, the issues pertaining to the incident of June 21st at least are mentioned. Much of the stuff, the important stuff, is not even mentioned anywhere. So I don't have anything else I would say to that. To them, I told them, let me see, and I will sign. You're going to print that out that I will sign. What he is doing, that you hear him boom, boom, boom on the table, he is using some kind of a stamp over there to fool me, basically, on the issues. If you ask me what the hell that's about, it's not good. I shouldn't even sign him. I am thinking about that. I signed the document, however, then on the other hand, I don't know how that will be, because they could say, hey, you know, you're playing with us or whatever, and at that point in time, I needed more to bring the recording at home and go on about it than to have any kind of problem with them. That's all I managed to get through at this Novo Mesto police station. I think I did very well.
Gospodični licenca za njeno življenje.
Ja, da rečem, drugi sem pa zadnji. Evo, Boštjan, moje pisalo, da imate svojega.
Lahko z vašem pa z mojim tukaj. Podpišem pa...
Vsako stran, tako Stefanić zapisnik.
A vsako stran.
Ja, to je.
Še datum nazvaj?
Ja, vse pišemo. Vsako stran. Ja. Izvoliš, Mojca? Ti. Zadaj. Tu bi prosil, ja bomo 3 izvode, enega bomo direktno, da smo pa niste želi.
Tale je moj, ne?
Pa ta zadnji, ko hočete.
Aha.
To želi. Je pa lično, da bomo podpisano vse, ne?
Dobro. Na svojega spomenu. Ja.
He gives me the he gives me the and wants me to sign. He wants me to put the signature just the way I did.
Tudi administracija ni enostavno delo.
Pa bo za vas, pa
Da, ne, ne, je to.
Sami, že, javiš. Se zvolj pokazati.
This shit is so insane that I have never seen anything like this, that police would do the procedure like this. Barely, with the protests, all kinds of problems that they displayed during this meeting, I managed to give the description of the incident as it happened also on this paper. As the incident description which I have submitted to Stefanić on July 19, 2024, it appears was completely non-existent. Totally non-existent. This is the stuff that is just something I'm gonna translate as next. That's completely nothing on this paperwork is dedicated to me in respect to a prior meeting with the Stefanić on July the 19th, 2024. I have not seen anything like this yet. I have not seen absolutely anything like this yet in my lifetime. Beyond fucking insane. And truly, the way this stuff is written, you don't actually know whether it was, who was giving the statement, whether it was Rezel or was Pevec or was from me and so on. It's truly piece of shit of the police report. Truly a piece of shit of the police report. The only statement with enormous struggle we must not leave behind is what you have seen I enforced through the arguments. Sometimes, I don't know, since 1 hour, 50 minutes, I think it is, when I would not agree and not agree and not agree with these people till they would give me the opportunity to get on the paperwork for which they suggested I can take to the state prosecutor, at least to give description of the incident out of my mouth. So basically I was there for 150 minutes wasting time without having actually the ability to see the video recording, ask or challenge his findings of his police officers, which side he took, and or even explain from my point of view what exactly took place. 150 minutes is 2 hours and a half of molestation before I started to enforce also to be placed on the complaint from my point of view about what is on the incident, pertaining to the incident or what took place on June the 21st of 2024. Fucking insane. Never heard for any procedure, police procedure like this. Tell me what the fuck I did even go to the police station for that day. I mean, honestly, I understand that, I get it. You present the findings that you did, you present the law, actually you present the law that pertains to me, to them, you present the findings that you found from them, etc., etc. But under the findings, of course, you have to write down, reviewing on the tape, CCTV tape, and you put down. Interview with Pevec, and then interview with Rezel or vice versa. Where the fuck was about the interview with me? Nowhere. 2 hours and a half, you heard the objections that I faced, and through my persistence, eventually the paperwork was born, which I could submit to the state attorney, where eventually it would even state, from my point of view, description of the incident. How the fuck is this not falsification of the facts? When you lied about the CCTV, when you had 2 police officers lying about what took place, and you did everything possible you could so that you would not have my account of what took place. Why the fuck did I even go and complain about the Novo Mesto police station? Never heard for any procedure so criminally enforced against anybody like this procedure here.
Evo. Hvala lijepo da ste se odzvali mojeg ovoga, da ste se podružili.
Imam još 5 minuta, nisam se možda zapad. Hvala lijepo.
A ще се помниш да съм поспрemao, ušao je tamo kako je rekao, krsto.
Tako će da budemo tu auli.
Imate stavenih problema.
Ne vem.
Ali tu ste počuli,
Gdje se govorite, ne si korak da budemo očiti.
Okay. Nobody told me about the page, the way I have written down the page 5 and 6 wrong way. Nobody warned me about anything. The brainwash at Novo Mesto police station stick in my head so severely that obviously during MK Ultra they told me about that stuff. Just as I explained that you are not going to go and make the mistake and back and forth, so that laughing in my face about one of the pages that would so stick in my head that I was actually certain that a guy told me at the meeting at Novo Mesto police station upon checking the pages. They must have done this shit. Do you know how many times they check if I properly marked the pages at the Novo Mesto police station? They did them here. Here inside of our house, they did them at least, they had me mark the pages at least twice. And at the police station, they had me mark the pages, I'm gonna say, at least probably I would say at least 3 times. At least 5 times they would have me mark the pages. So it was the type of the brainwash that demanded for me to acknowledge I would be fucked. Based on this page, obviously here 5 and 6, which easily you can make mistake. So with police officer Stefanić literally gesturing me psychiatrist Peter Kapsch, whom he hosted inside the office, gesturing Stefanić to make sure that I would not make a mistake about it. That's how fucked up that stuff is. This is how fucked up this MK Ultra procedure in respect to play with a document, as I am reviewing one, is. Memories are extremely clear about play with the pages, with a document based on which created based on evaluation of other police officers whom they have used for incidents that they enforce at the Novo Mesto police station against me. This is how bad this stuff is. Stefanić, I didn't hear him saying to me that he just told me that I have to sign the paperwork, just he did during MK Ultra, but this time he did not warn me about that one of the pages that I must be careful and stuff like this that they played. Like psychiatrist Kapsch stated him, make sure that you're not gonna make that he's not gonna make a mistake about the page. Yeah, sure. At the police station, when it comes to the pages, having me mark the pages, yeah, at least 3 times for sure that they have me sign it and mark the pages in respect to this document. And it was probably more, but I don't want to exaggerate. I'm just going to say at least twice inside of the house and at least 3 times at police station. Probably was more than that. That's how easily you can screw yourself up with this stuff.
Najprej ste rekel, da ne gremo noter, pa sem povedal, da ne znamo, da gremo noter, postopek naprej.
Ne, noben problem z vami,
Problem je med drugimi, ki so prihajali noter, da smo vsi pozdravili, ne? Z ene druge skupnosti, ker se je vse uredilo, ne? Ja, to se je bil, ne? Ena stvar mislim, da je gospodiče, ne?
I did sign him a paperwork, and on the paperwork, obviously, this is how they interpreted this stuff, were also his findings. It did come in a bundle, and everything is here also in respect to also his investigation, and by signing the document right here at the end of it, just the way you see it right there at the end, at the last page, just like this, I obviously it was interpreted that I agreed with absolutely everything that was stated to me, that I agreed with everything is okay, etc., etc., etc. No, I did not agree with anything. I had no reason to agree with absolutely anything. Nobody explained absolutely anything. Nobody questioned what is it that I do not agree with. What the fuck is there to say? Let me go and translate for you. July 19, 2000 and 24 meeting between me and Stefanić. The rest of the audio recordings, everything I will do is easy. When compared to this, it's a piece of cake, including MILAN, SODIN, ambulance, everything, easy thing. This here was a real deal. This is the stuff based on which all the lies were developed, really. And this is a document loaded with the lies. The document that had nothing to do with the reality. 2 hours and a half. 2 hours and a half at least, more than 2 hours and a half. Let me see this because it's really important. It's extremely important, this stuff here. Because this is like a world record of abuse, I feel. It's like...
Kar napiše tako, za primer so navedli prav... Na polivažbah 45 bivšega direktorja Ogulina, ki je služil bivšim direktorjem. Interese v ozadju.
Vse je imela v ozadju.
Vedno na druge interese v ozadju. Znamalo novo mesto. Če človek tako, kako sem ga zopet gospoda enim ljudi poslovil. Mislim, da se tako slišal, da sem tukaj službi nadaljeval z potem, ko se je ustavil, soočal z...
Zdaj imamo delo policista.
Ok, v tem primeru pač vi ne. Zdravne prostore. Ja.
Zdaj, to je Pavli, predvišče postaje. Ja. Višinsko in po koligramih.
Višinsko. To zelo ne moramo videti na delovnih urah. Nagrem domov. Niste pa seznani z mojim spletnom strani. Kot vednikov, če greš nemogočenje finančnih sredstv.
Povedali boste policijo in tožilstvo usmerja delo policije. Tako, to je ta del, lahko povedali.
Jaz dal sem vam urgence od tistega dne, ki sem tukaj prišel.
To je Pavli, predvišče postaje.
Da je to bilo, da sta ona dva sodelovala v notranjih prostorih. Poljave. Ok. Še lahko tukaj, če napišete. V tej zadevi so se obveščevali direktorjem.
V zadju.
Kazal še tam vse. Se pravi, pa bomo še povešali. In zaradi česa stajim. Tisto nekaj so. Po omenjanju gospoda Napečnika spet vaša policijska postaja.
To mož. Da so mi,
Ja, tako je. Zastopno s policijsko agresijo name. Pa, potem da.
Še boljša stvar, specializirano državno državo.
Look, over 2 hours before I even managed to start manage, basically. I'm really proud about over two hours before I started to, despite the protests, to force them to enter on the complaint also my point of view about the incident. It was not enough for me to explain what took place to ANDREJ Stefanić on July 19, 2024. If I did not took extra energy and insist also on my story to be placed on this page, this document here would be without absolutely any value to me. I would sign totally lies that had nothing to do with the reality, basically. Completely. I would sign the mediation reconciliation procedure without absolutely anything where it would state, from my point of view, what took place at police station on June 21st, 2024. As you see, on multiple occasions I explained, and already previously also to Stefanić, something I have to translate what procedure MK Ultra is. I disagreed with their work, the way they did the work all along. I did not agree with absolutely their findings. Yet in the end, I did sign the document with which I could go to the state prosecutor after I managed to somehow insert also, from my point of view, what took place at the police station on June the 21st at least. So, complete crap all the way, but just as I stated, most of the people, and I don't know whether I should believe this or not, I probably shouldn't believe. This is the same thing, like they try to make me like it's other people who go through the same thing, etc., etc., etc. I don't go for that stuff. Absolutely has nothing to do with what I was told by Sonja BREZNIK. That's the end of it. I don't have anything else to say. I will create a separate to counter her claims, audio recording and so on. But other than that, in English language, that is it. They wanted the proofs about the schizophrenia. This is what this shit was all about. This whole thing was nothing other than MK Ultra, for which they claim obviously that it doesn't exist, and they equal one with the telepathy. So this is the Slovenian way. They say that this is a telepathy. This is a date and time. The next thing I am going to translate is going to be the interview between me and Stefanić, July 19, 2024.